Good evening and welcome. So it is Sunday and it is time for our weekly Factorio run. Ah, good to see you. If anyone needs a family, I have one that I'll happy to give away. It is getting more and more stressful for me to see my family. Not my kids. The kids are they're fun and good and happy and all that, but like my parents and my sister, like I used to see them a lot when I was younger. Well, when my kids were younger, probably more accurately. But now they don't really want to go, and I'm like, well, we should see them once in a while. And every time go see them, I'm always like, maybe it should be a few hours next time. it's this it's this one thing that bothers me when talking to anyone basically is that when you start realizing that they have absolutely no interest in you, then I also lose a lot of interest in other people. Like if they're like, you never, like, then I start sort of noticing like, do they ever ask anything about how things are going, how am I doing, anything like that? It's always like talk, me. My parents are complaining about things. They're just in that age where they're just everything is bad, like the health and the car and the house and the neighbors, all that stuff. And it's like, okay, it gets a little bit tiring. And my sister's just talking about herself, so I'm like, oh, just a few more hours after dinner. I'll be like, yeah, gotta work tonight, gotta get home. And it's just not very interesting, to be honest. So it's and I also I can kind of understand it because they just uh, with my new dog, wife, and kid. Yeah. Um, 5 streams. Hey, Anonymous. All right, good stuff. Working that stream streak up again. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's I also kind of understand it. They don't understand what I do, and a lot of what I do, I'm not gonna share that in detail, but it's just really weird. Ooh, 50 stream streak, nice. Yeah, it is weird because of course like they don't understand my work, so they can just be like, "How's that Twitter thing doing?" Like it's not a. Thank you, mom. It's good. It's good. Oh, that's good. Having some good Zoom meetings. That's literally what they say. It's like it's yes, things are fine. And all the stuff I do outside of they it's just like I don't know. It just becomes like, oh, how are you doing? Great. Okay, good. Topic closed. You're eligible to be a sex worker. Yeah, no, they don't. But I did like long ago, like 2 years ago. It was 1.5 years ago because it was summer when I was studying sexology, and then it was it was something like we were talking about something, right? About like it was like my dad was complaining about like the lack of certification in different fields, like how anyone could call themselves something, and I was like, yeah, I know that. I'm studying sexology. It's not a protected title, so anyone can call himself that. It's actually like on this study, there's like, oh, do you hear that? I think the neighbors are mowing the lawn again. That's the second time this week. Yeah, I mean they also did it like, or like, okay. I guess we approached the topic that was like less interesting than the fact that the neighbor were mowing the lawn again the second time this week. So I guess I will not bring this up what I'm doing. So it's just really weird, right? And maybe it's fine that they don't understand it, but then it's like, okay, if it has to be hearing about my sister's work and how important she is and how good she's doing and all that stuff, and it's more and more interesting, I get it. Um, and then also just bitching about like all sorts of things. Then I'm like, "Okay, it's just not that fun. Then we'll go there a couple of hours, and then that's gonna be it, right? So anyway, I know we should be thankful, appreciative of the time we have and with the parents and the family and all that. But it's just not very value adding. So it's gonna be like a little bit of an obligation thing. So one afternoon is usually enough sometimes, unless you really want to visit. At least in my case, yeah, that's also where I'm just gonna go. Like, okay, it's gonna be like maybe 2 times a month, and then like a Sunday afternoon, and then this afternoon coffee, talking, and dinner, and then go home. That's as much as I can extend it to. So, and that's fine. Maybe you don't have to be really close. I know a lot of people they feel like this, like, oh, that's my parents and my something, and we really should be close. Like, why? Like there's or cousins or brothers and sisters when you're adults. Like, yeah, sure. If you don't have anything in common, or especially when you have parents that are divorced and then have a new spouse, that's not like, this is not your real dad or your real mom. So it's just, maybe it's always going to be an awkward relation. So why do you need it? If it doesn't bring you anything, just cut it out. It's You're adult. That's how I feel, at least. So has to be just enough to stay in the will and not be excluded from that, but not necessarily more than that, right? People don't want to contend, they want to complain. I mean, some people and sometimes, and I do understand that it's they have reached that age where they realize that they are old. My mom went quite fast from being like a really active 70-year-old to a ordinary 75-year-old with all sorts of illnesses and pills and diagnosis and doctor's visit, and that went quite fast, and that's been a hard thing to adjust to. So, and I understand that it's gonna suck. It just kind of, when you sort of turn that bitterness out in the world, it becomes a little less fun to be around. Hello, Moon. Good to see you. Nice of you to drop by. So anyway, I mean, that was just my little rant here about, like, yeah. So if you also maybe have a little bit of a a thing about family, that they can be difficult as well, then yeah, then that's totally okay. So, I agree with you. It's like, people think you're, just because you're bound to family, you need to have something in common. Yeah. Are we designing city blocks for 2.0, assuming title? Yeah, we've been kind of sort of transitioning a little bit in the previous couple of episodes, and I thought that maybe now we should also do some things to check some things for the early game to see how that would work. I think that's an interesting thing to do, and then continue to scale up and do some of these cool late game train designs that we have sort of been started working on. Yeah, so I think this is one of those things where also, if you have a friend that you've been friends with for 20 years, I don't know, and you just grown apart, then that's okay. Maybe you've had good 15 years and irrelevant 5 years, and now it doesn't give you anything. Okay, maybe you're just not supposed to be friends. Oh, but we've been friends since we were in school. Like, yeah, so, and now you had common things, but 20 years, life changes, hobbies change. Maybe they are in a different position or different place in life than you are, and yeah, I find. Hey, Mokona, thank you for the 25 months of Prime subscription. First subscription of March. Hopefully not the last. I find it very often that when people change, and it can be you or it can be someone else that changes, but you might sort of face some radical transitions in your life that just means that you're no longer sort of having the same value sets. And Erodian, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you. Being apart doesn't mean that you're not friends anymore. No, that note says that being apart, but you can grow apart. That's something else. And you can still be friends and have completely different things. But if you have a friend who finds Jesus or becomes religiously fanatical veganism or something, and that's all they talk about. Or they get into rope or some other BDSM shit and they can't stop talking about it. Then, you know, maybe that's just not, you're not really compatible anymore because you're used to always talking about the dreams about, I don't know, where you're going to go on the next vacation or how the new extension of the house, how much it's going to cost and how you're going to have a hassle with the workers. And now this guy is talking about Jesus, veganism, rope, whatever, something. So it's one of those things where I know that for me, I've changed my interests radically, and I could just, for me, the way I see it is that, oh man, it was so fucking shallow and boring, and I'd like to talk to people where things can go deep and we can talk about things that really matter, and we have like shared common interests and can talk about some of the same things instead of feeling like a circus clown that got brought out and told stories about this weird world that don't understand. Um, and for other people, it'd be like, oh yeah, this guy is completely unhinged doing other things, and it's just kind of, it was oddly specific. Really, was it? I mean, Jesus freak and veganism was also oddly specific, wasn't it? So, yeah. Who I did not talk to in years and reconnect with a couple of shots. Yeah, absolutely. You can do that, but you can also not. So just not yet, but I have seen total concepts within the family weird pattern with parents sometimes result in gym kids learn that they should not be. Yeah, that's true as well. Any company is fun when you talk on same topic. Yeah, and it doesn't. It can also be interesting when people are different if you are open and genuinely interested about the other person. Like it's no good that a friendship that's based on, oh, it's my turn to talk. Did you know Jesus is our Lord and Savior? Blah 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 blah. Oh, now it's your turn. Okay. Did you know that animals have feelings too? Like, oh, really? Did you know that Jesus? Like, that's not a conversation. You're just sort of taking turns to be on the podium and spewing your religion. And then it's, but if it's like, oh, really, I don't understand that. Okay, tell me how that works. Oh, that sounds fascinating. It's not for me, but that sounds really fascinating. Then it's a different kind of conversation, right? So that's what I like. And I have friends who are completely different, but there is a genuine curiosity about each other's world, and I think that's the thing, right? So, but when you grow apart, when you can feel that, okay, when I talk about something about me, then you are basically just waiting your turn, or are just either sort of bored or repulsed, and it's like, okay, well, no connection, right? So, really, I'm getting an error when I try to stop with Prime. Huh, odd. Error today, log out. Wait till next week. Yeah. You don't have a what's it called? A streak to keep up, but thank you for trying at least, Mulberry. Yeah, so it's how are you feeling with that? Is that something you also experience? Like, you can have friends that are completely different, but let's say, oh, something like that, like sports, for example. That's also something where maybe you bonded over the local sports team and talk about sports ball all day, and now you kind of, okay, that hobby is no longer there. And then you meet your friends and they all talk about their latest match of sports ball, and yeah, it's just not interesting, is it? I also have like, talking about video games, not interesting. Like, you can talk a little bit about it, but it's not gonna be like a whole evening where you talk about, oh, okay, this boss in Elden Ring. Oh my god, I was like one hitting it. Oh my god, and then I did this thing, and then I did this thing. It's like, yeah, no, that's that. No. Hey, don't first. It's been a while. Good to see you. Part of growth is sometimes also growing out of your friends. It's a reality of life, and stagnation is death. Yeah. I think one of the key things is that I know that I've said this earlier, and at the time I was serious about it, but now I see how utterly ridiculous it was. The statement was that I was like, yeah, I know I have shitty friends, but I just can't bother to find new ones. And I was dead serious about it. And it was sort of a joke, but it was also sort of correct that it was really difficult to find new friends, and it can be difficult to find new friends when you're a grown up. And therefore, it was like, yeah, whatever. We sort of tolerate each other, and we sort of put up with each other, sort of telling the same story for the seventh time. And it's a little bit stale, but whatever. I can't bother trying to find new friends, so I'll just be happy with the ones I have. And I think that's a defeatist attitude. You can have the same about your romantic relationships, and I still think that's a defeatist attitude. So, because if you're not looking, you're not finding anything. That's the first thing, right? If you're not sort of open to new relations, you're not gonna find new relations, whether that's romantic or friendly. So, but I was serious about it. I was like, yeah, it's okay. These are the friends I have, and I was like, if I start cutting them out because they're boring or not have the same values, I just have no friends, and some meh friends are better than no friends. So, but now I'm not seeing them anymore because I think friendships have to be something you grow and build and explore and learn from each other, and yeah, someone to support you and challenge you, and there has to be a bite to it. Reciprocal, yes, yes. I've been made a new friend lately, and it's just like we known each other for some time, but we never seen outside of workshops and stuff. And then we just like, hey, let's get a coffee. And then we just sat and we talked and we talked and we talked. And I was like, oh shit, I need to go. And I was like, oh, that was nice. And then we just kind of met a couple of times more, and it was just really obvious that we were just really meant to be friends. It just clicked, and it's really nice. But that only happens when you're open for it and go on some coffee dates with people that may or may not be interesting, but just being curious. At least that's how I do it. And then, of course, for me, it's also important because I don't have any. Hey, error! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yeah. So I don't have any colleagues. So I don't have anyone that I naturally talk with over lunch or during the day. So I have to be a little more. Is the train fixed? I don't know. We'll see if it triggers. If there are a couple more, then we can see if it triggers. Well, it does say 1 out of 5 events, so the other one's timed out apparently. Hey, around a minute. Thank you for the 200 bits. Let's see if the train is fixed. I mean, we can see that. Yeah. Excellent. Well, I don't think it's fixed, to be honest. I think it's going to be exactly the same. It might just start or it might not start, but at least I don't really have friends. I have some people who I close with during certain periods of my life, but I kind of don't care about people. So if we stop meeting at work, university, school, I'm not able and interested to keep the friendship alive. Yeah, and that's more like, what is it, acquaintances, right? It's people that you like hanging out with them, but I think that friendship is someone where you everyone can define it differently, of course. But for me, I have circles, and that's kind of how I've defined it. And thank you for the 200 bits. Yeah, you can't trigger it. It has to be 3 other people and not you anonymous. Like the closest circle, like intimate, like girlfriend, best friends, like those people. And Executor, thank you for the 55 months of tier 2. And Sabagot with the 200 bits. And Silver Season with the 200 bits. Hey, it triggered the train without it being thrown at us. Nice. Then I sort of have my friends, romantic partners, people I plan to see and want to see regularly. Where it's like, oh, we haven't seen each other for a while. Let's set something up. And Then sort of the next one is people I see at events, or in my case also for rope dates. They're sort of like, yeah, we can see each other if there is a purpose. We don't see each other just to see each other. We see each other because, hey, do you want to go to that workshop together, or do you want to have a rope session together, or we see each other at events and then go like, oh, it's so good to see you, but don't take the initiative to do that. And then there's sort of all the people you say hi to when you go to events, and you know people, and they're sort of fake friends, right? So that's kind of how I'm spreading, considering how that works. And Phantom Lord, thank you for the 29 months, and Shen, thank you for 3 gift subs. Woo, level 1 completed. Oof. March turns out to be is looking like a better month than February. February was carried very heavily by Shen, to be perfectly honest, on the subs. So yeah, so that's just kind of how I feel, and it's also something I evaluate like subconsciously, because I don't like categorizing things, and I like having models for things, even like something as weird as friendships. But it's something like, yeah, do I think that this person is actually here or here, or sort of like, yeah, we see each other at events, but maybe this is someone I'd like to move in a circle. And then can also be someone who's sort of more like, yeah, I guess we're kind of transitioning a little bit away from that. I don't know. That's how I do it. I do have models for everything. Hello, Madeline. Good evening. Yeah. So, Factorio, you say. Let's jump into that. Unless people want to bring up other topics or things we can discuss, then I'm happy to do that. My plan for Factorio is that we will continue to play this once a week, and it's probably going to transition more into being more akin to the workshop sessions with working towards masterclass. And I think my first masterclass will be about city blocks, because it kind of feels like the foundation for everything, because then all future things can sort of be in the context of, does it fit in a city block? We should design it towards that. Instead of sort of being stuck with, are we using the old city blocks, or are we using like the substation grid, or what is it we're actually doing? So I want to continue our playthrough and just kind of work on the base as we want, and get distracted by the base. But then sort of have like a context of, hey, let's also explore this topic one way or another. Maybe we'll get into sort of, hey, let's do a really cool design of a spaceship this is your first spaceship, or let's do a really nice starter base, or something like that we can kind of use in future playthroughs, because I'd like to do some things, like do some designs for a future playthrough that I think would make sense. So that's kind of the context of Factorio. Next week I am taking a lot of days off, so it's only going to be Monday and Sunday next week. So sorry about that. I was thinking like, oh yeah, but also, oh shit, I'm going away on Wednesday and Thursday. So oops, that's not working. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit of a vacation week next week. So get your renewal subs in, and let's cover that here. It also means that when I sort of fast forward one more week, then maybe that will be around the time when Timberborn comes out in 7.0 or 1.7 or whatever, and then maybe I'll do some YouTube for that as well. So that's kind of what I say. I just want to say I got back to Factorio after like 2 years. First thing was to refresh Masterclass, of course. Also today I check one of the FF on your YouTube, and it is the first time I see your face. It's so strange, but positive feeling. Thank you. All those years I've watched your videos. Nice. Well, welcome. It's always going to be like, I don't think I've ever listened to a streamer, and then when they finally saw a face cam, I've been like, of course he looks like that. Of course. It's always like, really? I did not think that. Oh, I would have imagined, and then something else. So that's just how it is. Oh no, the hype train. I talked away of the hype train. What if we activate Factorio? Will the hype train survive? No, it will not. It says 0 on here, but the hype train meter says 60 seconds. But anyway, 13 subs in the last seconds. Yeah, well, it is the way of the trains are. Morden, thank you for the 45 months. Soon 1 month per year of age. Yes, that will be a thing. Oh yeah, we were doing some cool designs last time. Like this one. The science facility thing. Whew. Yeah. Shadow Child, thank you for the 7 months of Prime.
Champion returns.
Hi, Vertex. Hello, good to see you. Right, so this is what we have built the previous session. We built a red circuit build, 240 per second. We built a green circuit, green science, 240 per second. It comes in with trains, liquids coming in here. And that's kind of how we want to do it. And that was the train dying. Thank you for trying at least to get it off the ground. And we have these builds for iron and copper. You're sure we could make it different, but I really like this build. It's not. I understand that it's not optimal, but I also kind of like the idea of just saying, "Oh yeah, we have a location, smash down something." I completely concede that we could probably just make. Actually, that might actually just be better to do that. Let's do that while we're here-ish. All right, where are we? I'm gonna go there and try. I just got an idea that just seems like so much better idea. So we take this out, and basically, it goes here 1, 2, 3, 4. Have to get used to the new trains. And this kink will obviously be dependent on what this looks like. There you go. That would actually be better, wouldn't it? And they still connect, don't they? No, they don't. They barely don't connect. No, they do connect. No, they don't connect. There. This one connects. And now it also connects here. Yeah. Right? Then we might actually be doing... Just looks nicer if we do it like this. Because now they are exactly opposite. Yeah. And that should still work. I think. There you go. Will there be a base in a book for Space Age? Maybe, but after thousands of hours. But it's not something I want to do now because base in a book relied on having a complete set of masterclasses, and only after the masterclasses it became easy to make a base in a book. But if I made a base in a book without masterclass, then it just wouldn't work. So we'd have to do all the masterclass stuff first, which is kind of the first step of the process. Yeah. This is good, right? This is I think we like this better, right? This is, we can have 2 in each. Yeah, sure. Oh, we cannot have 2 in each, damn it. We can only have 1 here. But it's gonna add up to the same anyway. The reason why we can't have 2 is that then there'll be 1 here and then 1 parked out here, but trying to get in. Which means that the next 2 that wants to go in here cannot because they're going to be blocked off here. So, and even if I decided to do like this, where it goes this one out here, it'll still be it'll still go here and then wait at this spot, trying to get into the top one, even though the other one is empty. Because there can be a train that's behind that is already assigned to the first one. So it doesn't change the assignment of the train parked here. So this is not going to save us if I had open for 2. Then I'd have to have 2 lines here, which I might do, but actually, would I do that? I think that maybe that would be more valuable. Then we can also sort of get rid of some of this awfulness. Yeah, let's try that. I love how I'm arguing, oh, this is not working. And then the first thing I do is like, oh yeah, but maybe it is a good idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see where it ends up. It ends up at that location, right? Yes. And these are not sacrosanct, as we would say. Damn it. But, hold on. Yeah, this is also just happens to be here. So maybe I don't care about where they are actually gonna be going here. How did that one just become so much better suddenly? Just that little turn. Yeah, so this one can now be 2 for each. There. Maybe just make the double loop curve to have 2 trains there. Double loop curve? So it's like a curve out here. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. So that they're sort of parked in the curve. That's an interesting idea. Okay, we can always come back to this one. Seems like there's a... Is this the sharpest corner we can do? Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, so of course it can't be... It'll have to be sort of inside here for somehow. I don't think this can... This doesn't work when it's curved. I think they're quite strict on that. Yeah, I don't like it. I think that it's gonna be it'll yeah, it won't look nice, I think. Maybe it will. And then instead of doing that, we'll do... And then figure out how far it only goes here. Huh. That's not enough, is it? No, but it's almost enough. Starting to get a little bit more familiar with how these turn. I don't think that looks good. Maybe it actually looks better if it merges in on the outer lane instead of in the inner lane. Maybe this is the base. Which means this has to be... Ooh, in this case, this is good. Not pretty. Does 2 stop with limit 1 and a depot behind work? No, it does not. Because things will go to the depot and then it'll stop at the depot, but it will not guarantee to go into this one. It might go into an iron location here. There's no way of guaranteeing that it doesn't go from the depot right before up to that one. You can go like, well, it shouldn't because, yeah, but it's gonna. So, yeah. It has some charm to it. It has some charm. It does not have some charm to it. It has some charm. Some charm it does. That's for sure. Absolutely. Full of charm. Oh, these are all misaligned. Ugh. Why did this get so misaligned though? This should be... This would be so much better if it was... not like that. Yep, you do that. This is better. Absolutely. Okay. They're connected. How about connecting the inner one to the lower curve? Let them run side by side downwards. How about connecting the inner one? You mean like this? And then connecting like that? That might actually... And then connecting it like this. I don't know if this is what you meant, but this is what it inspired me to. That's nicer, I think. Yeah. Thank you. And, yeah, and then I'll just make... It's funny, there's a little bleep bleep sound when placing these signals. Bleep bleep. Yeah. Can't the inner have sharper turn? You mean like instead of going so far up before going down, then it could go... Yeah, it could. It probably could. But then again, like this is a specific design because this is depending on where this is located. So like the design is this part. The rest is just ad hoc. So I don't know if I don't want to spend more time on this, but I want to just say, hey, look, this actually works. So this is going to be now feeding more trains out of this, and this one has 400,000, so it still goes pretty quick. Good. Now, next thing we want to do is actually This doesn't have to be set up. It's not super important. It looks great, and I think it might work, but we can't really test it easily. It is adhering to our complete grid, and that's why this one's missing. And when this one is fully updated, then there are, let's see how many there are. This is 34, and if we take throughput of 1 and multiply by 34, okay, 134 is a little bit much. That is now more than half a belt of each, which is what I want. I want a half a belt of each science being consumed by this one. So, but we do have another issue with this, and that is, that was something I realized just in the last seconds, was that this is great for normal science, but it doesn't work for legendary science, or it doesn't work when you have a combination of normal and legendary science, such as you do for agricultural science, which is a problem, right? It's a really big problem, because normal agricultural science coming in at a full half side belt will be spoiled somewhat, which means this will never be able to work. So in order for us to actually get the value out of this, we have to feed it some part also legendary. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to build this. It could be like 3 wagons of normal and 1 wagon of legendary, and then kind of hope that that's the balance they get, but it's really not, though. Yeah, so that's kind of the issue. And I don't know how to solve that. I guess we'll have to find out. It's something that comes in online, off-world, so we'll have to deal with it there. So now the next part is we can start designing some more of these locations, like maybe do the blue zones or something. Where's the spoilers going? The spoilers is going down here. There. And then being thrown away. So it is not handled now. Oh yeah, this was the problem as well. This one was now I got the part. Yeah, okay. So it's also like there's a distance up here. 1, 2, 3 tiles. And the question is, I can move this 1 tile down and let this one stay. But if I move it more than 1 tile down, then this has to be here, which I don't think it can. Well, actually it can. If I put it here, then I'd have to do this. No. Okay, so that actually works. Because this is not needed. Okay, so that means it can also be moved down here. Which means the whole damn thing, this damn thing, can now be moved. Oh, I need to cut it. 1, 2, 3. Because now this is then fully aligned here. Maybe 2 is enough. But now we moved it as far up as possible, so we have more space down here for filtering in and out. Because we're gonna have like designs like this going in. And then the other one, which will be like this. There. That looks better. So now what we need is we need to get all of this one. And also that one. These. Honestly, why? There's no difference between consolidating them and dropping them into boxes like this. There's really no difference. Ooh. Well, that one then has to go one out. Damn. There. Lots changed since the last video. It's just that this doesn't really warrant its own video just yet. Guys, it has been a while since the last played Factorio. I am getting a pipeline overextended error and trying to defend my base. How to mitigate this issue? Okay, is anyone answering that? Otherwise, I'll do that. There. That is because pipes now have unlimited range. Except that if you look at them, then it says pipeline extent. This is 98 out of 320. So if you don't have a pump here, then it'll be one big network and then it'll be overextended because there's just too much. So instead of having the old version where the pressure was generally dropping, now it's like full pressure everywhere up to 320 in length, and then you have to have pipes or pumps to separate the grid, which has other disadvantages, but generally it's nice change. Good evening, kind sir. I got ill last week and got myself Factorio. That doesn't sound like an illness. What can I say? I'm absolutely addicted. I think I have already 120 hours and a lot of hours watching your YouTube videos to help me. Nice. Thanks a lot for all the tutorials and information and blueprints. The today I made it took clever and it's disgusting. Yeah, my brain is melting, but it's hella fun. So may I ask about some help to solve the small problem for me? Have a nice evening. Sure, you can always ask. But it is hell. So you're welcome to ask and welcome to the first time chatter. The solution to Glabber, like the one solution to Glabber is everything must be moving. This is not moving. Why are you not moving? If it's not moving, it's a problem. Yeah, we're producing a little bit too much. Yeah, that's this damn thing. You. Ugh, oh my god, everything is awful. Why is that actually? Oh, it's that. Ugh. Why? Oh, this is funny. Is that something I have not thought about? Yeah, it is. It is actually. I have not thought about this one spoiling and therefore just blocking the next one. Huh. That's an interesting concept. Okay, well, cool. Anything that does not get filtered out must by default be spoilage and therefore should be thrown into a. But see, this is what happens on Clever. Like, no matter what you think about, no matter how many times you played it, no matter how long time it's been running smoothly, then suddenly and awfully, you suddenly have everything turned to spoilage because of some little thing. Okay, well that's lovely. So yep. This one's going down here. Yeah. So right now it's jammed and therefore everything turns to spoilage. So what I need to do is get rid of the spoilage so that there's going to be more. There's going to be flow again. Why is there no flow here? Did I forget to make a spoilage pipe belt here? Yeah, I think so. I think I forgot the one here. Yep, this is the problem. Funny. And by funny, I mean traumatizing. Like, this is the essence of Clever. Like, no matter how much you played, no matter how many times you've done this, there will always be some weird thing that you did not remember to catch a spoilage problem with. Oh, that's actually not true. Okay, never mind. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. That was actually not supposed to be like that. Because this is blocked going up. Why is this blocked? Because what the fudge? What the hell is the problem here? The fact that something has moved past that shouldn't have moved past. Like, these should never have moved past that one. So how did that happen? I don't know. But that's clearly the problem. These should not have moved past. But they did. Yes, it's better to do that one then. Then it's only the steel that can move past. So now this works, but it's stuck because this is not consuming. But I think it'll clear up now. But if that's a problem for one, then it's a problem for all. Apparently it is. Funny how I just don't see this. Let's go back to the first one and see if that actually solves it. Yeah, it starts to move. But only one side, the other side is ugh. And that's because why? Shouldn't this be focusing? This should be prioritizing the input from that side, right? That seems like a mistake, like a genuine mistake. They should prioritize the stuff that gets recycled before the new stuff. Yeah, definitely. So why is it not moving? Because it can't output because these are not moving yet. Okay. Come on. Why did you mention the Gleber to us? Now we're going to spend 4 hours on Gleber. And it's just little teeny tiny bits moving here. And it's just kind of to move. And I feel that it should be fixing itself, but I can also see that that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, these two are just as they do. Yeah, Rain Radish. So, like, this is meaning there's a tiny bit of consumption on this belt. Tiny bit. Whereas, like, grabs it and then means this belt moves, which should be making this one move a little bit as well. But I do think that maybe another point that we could add is that, hey, we really shouldn't have any problem here. So if that happens, then that's another problem that has to be solved, right? Actually, I don't want that. Ugh. Yeah, I don't want it. Because I actually want all of my... well, it doesn't matter if it goes up into this one. It's just that I wanted my spoilage to be caught on the spoilage belt instead of going on robots. And in this case, I think I have to just bite the bullet and get those damn robots to do the work here. And this one has to be there, which also fixes the priority. So I think that this problem arose from the priority that is not prioritizing the stuff that reflows, and then this one here got jammed. And when it got jammed, then it started spoiling. Now I should be getting rid of all the spoilage, which is a lot of spoilage, but still, it'll get rid of it. As soon as we get rid of the spoilage, it starts flowing, and then it starts working again. Good. After the spoilage output, after the recycler, I'd rather not. I think this is fine. It gets the job done, and it is temporary until next time it happens. We have now an awful amount of spoilage in the system that needs to get rid of. In the stupid heating towers. I don't know why they're stupid. This one is kind of our This was supposed to just receive all the spoilers inbound, but we're getting so much spoilers that it's not really able to process all of it fast enough. It is processing at a full belt's worth, almost a full belt's worth. It should be a full belt's worth, but I can see that it's not quite though. Which is weird. But it's almost like, if this flows, then the question is, shouldn't that empty these? Yeah, this is getting emptied, right? I think there's just a lot of spoilage stuck in the system, as you can kind of see here. But then you can see these one, they're also stopping with the export of spoilage somehow, maybe, kind of. Well, maybe they're not. These will keep making spoilage because things are spoiling on the belt here. There. I'm just kind of thinking, is it able to handle all of it, right? Is it? Because if this jams, I'm just wondering whether it will be able to catch up. This is funny. By funny, I mean horrendous. Yeah. I really want to see it recover by itself, but I'm not sure it can. Because it would rely on, or it would have to force this to empty, and this doesn't seem like it's emptying very quickly or very efficiently, because everything that gets built here is just spoiling continuously. Like this, there's spoilage in here that needs to get out. There's spoilage in every single machine that will just gradually be put out. No, it's actually gonna be, yeah, okay. This is fine. These are fine. Fine. Some spoilers on the inside. That will eventually go out, I think. That's a nasty bit of spoilage. Maybe I'm naive, but I really feel that this should be fixing itself. Maybe I'm just, yeah, maybe not naive, but okay, it's not, because you can see that this has built up extra. Send all of it in here, as much as possible for deletion. That's 240 deleted per second. And just by allowing this one to move further means that other stuff that might be jamming somewhere is now more likely to be able to handle anything come in. So let's just this. Now I'm just kind of curious about how it is. Okay, so this one is not sort of jammed or anything. So as we can move this openness further along, if we can make this openness go over to, I don't know, that location or wherever this one comes in, that would be nice. But it's only barely getting there. Here it is, and this lane is still, I don't know. Why is it like this? Like these must be spoiling all the time, but shouldn't there new ones come in that are not spoiling all the time? Like these are, well, they're still kind of, these are not set up to either spoil first or last. At least we've removed this one to now, like the stuff that's being put out is pretty fresh. So that shouldn't be spoiling immediately, at least. There you go, you're kind of stopped spoiling. Yeah, this is not spoiling as much. So the other side is still spoiling because it still has like all the way down to there. Less, come on, it's now here. This is better. This is also not jammed. This is very jammed, but it's also coming in from two sides. That's why. And these ones are only adding when there's room for it. It goes about here. And then the added stuff from up here is just kind of filling up the belt again. But there really shouldn't be this much spoilage coming up here. Okay, look at this. This is much less spoilage coming in, and this is barely any. It's also because it's somehow not getting any bioflux in. Why is it not getting bioflux in? That's odd. Oh, because this has spoiled. Ah, so we have to wait for these to spoil, and then it'll move up. Okay, whatever. Well, at least it prevents it from sending spoilage out, right? So when this nutrient spoils, it'll move up and get thrown out, and then new stuff comes in here. Okay, well, the good news is that it actually cleans out this belt. Yay! Which means this belt moves faster, which is good. Yeah, this is now moving this belt, and that means we're actually emptying that one. Yay! Okay, good stuff. I feel that this could actually self-stabilize. I really want it to. There we go. Now it's... Yeah. This is coming in, and it's on an empty belt inbound, or it's not stacked up. Next inbound here, it's on a one-sided stack. And this belt is at least one half of it is empty all the way over here. So just kind of push, push, push. Stuff like this one. This is our science. Also shouldn't be generating that much waste over time. And look at that. It's moving. This emptiness. I don't know. I just... Fourth build from the right in the bottom is dead. Okay. Fourth build from the right in the bottom is dead. Fourth build... I don't know what that means. I mean like this. Damn, there's a lot of spoilers moving around. But that should be thrown out now. It's not, though. Well, whatever. It's going to be thrown out up here. As quickly as it can be. Sure. Alright. Partially empty belt, partially full belt. It's going to go all the way over here. There. Okay, it's not a full belt. It's still not a full belt. That's brilliant, brilliant. This is supposed to be a full belt. Okay, this is eating this spoiler, so that's good. And then still partially. This is where I want it, because that means this partially empty belt goes over. And I'm pretty sure we have way too much of this. 91,000, 92,000, 93,000. Well, yeah, okay. So gradually we'll just fill it up to maximum here. Which means that it'll always be full on one side. Yeah. But this one is the worst one. No, yeah, it's the worst one because this comes from two sides. But this actually is okay because it will always be full from here because these will fill it up, at least until we've reduced the total amount. Here from 95,000, 96,000. At some point it should start decreasing, please. Build the second spoiler to build and burn back to consume the network. Also different quality, yeah. I think that's the easiest way to do it. Or... At least we don't have to worry about it spoiling while it's here. So, you're going to take spoilage. There, yep, that one. Yep. But that build is the third build left of the spoilage recycler. This one, yes, this is very dead. That's true. But this is our... here, building that. Which is actually kind of... I think just this one itself will fix this right up. Hey, look at this. Woohoo! It is fixed. It is fixed. Yes. And the total amount of that is over 103,000. Okay, so we're still generating a little bit more than we can. Ouch. Wish there was a use for spoilage. This will go away quick, and not so quick. This one. This is actually the worst one. But it'll get rid of it. And then it'll be turned into legendary spoilage, which we can't really use for anything. Damn. Why did anyone mention Gleba? We were so happy before we knew that it was broken. What is the condition for this one to block off? No, that's a weird condition. But okay, whatever. Soon we'll be rid of all of the spoilers in this belt. Yay! This. Why is there so much spoilers in this belt? Shouldn't really be any. There. It's activated. No more spoilage. Good. This one, it's a full belt here, but that's kind of expected because it keeps inserting. That will honestly not be so long until that's gone. It's down to 99,000, so when we take a break, and we'll be back, then we should see that everything is going to be fine. There. Let's have a look at something glorious. Stop the novice, stop. Why is everything stop the novice? Oh my god, where's our science? No, okay. Let's look at Gleba then. The misery that is Gleba. Cool. I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. And welcome back. Gleba, the great equalizer. Everyone equally miserable. I like that. It's the great equalizer. Yes, indeed. And how much we are at right now? We're down to 88,000. And if we look at just spoilage in general, this one is basically gone. This was 44,000. This was 134,000. So there you go. The purple one is gone. Now the next one will be this. This will disappear. Yeah, this won't be long. This is like 10 minutes and then everything is back to normal. Good shit. Hello, Mark. Good to see you. The glow fix was pretty quick. Yeah, it's because the base is working. And therefore sort of it's not as much. But it also kind of, hey, speaking of Mark, what are you doing? You... I don't like this. Why? I really wish there was something we could use legendary spoilage for, but alas, I haven't found any. This is just weird, right? Like, these don't go away. Nope, there you go back. And let's see, how much do we have here on spoilage? Oh, not so bad. I guess we're using it for something. Listen to legendary efficient module. True, that's true, but we would need quite a lot of those. Legendary, yeah. Okay. So, if there is a moderator around who wants to do a vote for us, then that would be awesome. Because then we could do a vote on what we should do as the next thing. Because it could either be early game city blocks, like what can we do of the early game builds that would sort of fit into a city block, just to see how we would get started with smelting columns, for example. That's one thing. Or we could continue to do another one of these sciences, like late game train science. So, and what else? I felt that there was 3 things we wanted to build. I don't want to offer that options because I don't want to bother with it right now. Like the whole, let's try to get this science out on a train network and get up there. Yeah, don't think that makes sense yet. The funny thing is, like, train network here. All right, so it's basically 2 things: early game city blocks, or late game. There we go. Early game city blocks or late game train science. Perfect. It's almost like my moderators know what I want to ask before I even know it myself. Interesting. Then spoilers, I think you can make it to nutrients and feed it back into the science. Yes, but then the science will be half spoiled because the nutrients are already half spoiled. So that's the kind of annoying part about it. So you end up with legendary science that you are already half spoiled because you feed the nutrients that are half spoiled. That's the problem. Because it's not actually, or maybe it. Let me actually check. I'm not 100% sure on this because I think that might be me missing something. It is. Where's this teeny tiny build? There it is. This teeny tiny build. So here, the legendary bioflux is what we get up there, but it's this part. No, that's actually fine. We could actually use it for feeding nutrients here. So instead of getting nutrients from bioflux, we could get nutrients from the legendary. Yeah, it's actually an option. Because it's needed here as an ingredient, and therefore we need it. Let's see, how fast would that be? This is without any modules on it, but let's have a look at this one. Let's also get our module on it, because everything without modules is awful. Alright, it's pretty even. And then I change this to being that. Legendary, yes. There you go. How fast? It's pretty good, actually. It's 41. Like, this is producing at 100. But if I have this one going, that's interesting. And late game train science. All right, that won by a little bit. Ah, man, you need to spend more points on this. Yeah, pentaborns are always born with freshness. Exactly. That's why I was thinking, like, it actually is a good idea. So I think it should replace one of these here. And then that one should then be changed to legendary spoilage, which we don't have here. I have no idea how to. Oh, yeah, I do have an idea to do this. I'll do. Oh, it actually doesn't matter because it is like filling up anyway. There, it's filling up the rest of it, so that's fine. But then I need some way of getting that inbound here. But I also need, this is going to be really slow because it doesn't have any modules. So I'm going to add a module for this here. And then I'm going to add a inbound here that will take. And this will just be You. How fast is this consuming? This is consuming 66 per second. Yeah. So this would need... Kind of sucks that I can't put it right there. Because this needs more than one beacon. Because this is not fast enough. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. Okay, so it's actually the shoveling in that's not fast enough here. Yeah, this will also probably solve that problem. I'm not going to say immediately, but it will. That'll get it a little bit faster, from 90 per second to 120 per second. This might actually be an improvement. And there's no point in making it faster than this. If I replace the other one, I would slow down my science. You know what? I think actually that's a good idea. Because... yeah. Because our issue here is usually the fact that Bioflux is not fast enough. Now it's not. Now it's actually... this one's not fast enough. Yeah. But that might just be a temporary thing because... that's kind of a little bit worrying that I'm having too much of this. Well, too much of the Bioflux. So maybe one of them should be Biofluxing. Because obviously this is not keeping up, right? If you look at this, this is only producing 83 and each of those are consuming almost all of it. But if this was producing all that it could, plus 11, then that one would consume, that would be 28 science, but it will also consume 11.5. And do we have 11.5 coming in? I would need a third one. Isn't it half spoiled from spoilage? Yes, this one's coming out half spoiled. But since it goes in as as an ingredient here, it comes in half spoiled, but the output is not spoiled at all. Because it's a pentapod, it's a biter egg. Biter eggs are never, they're always going to be full. So when you recycle biter eggs, you also retain their, retain some, or you don't carry over the spoilage degree. I think this is nice, but it's obviously going to be less science than what we were hoping. But on the other hand, do I really think that we could make 11.5 science from this? Or 11.5... let's actually look at Bioflux. Okay, so the last 10 minutes is actually representative. That is 500 per minute. That's 8 per second. Don't know. It also seems like you could have more than 2 here. Because this is 6 wide and it's overlapping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I'm also putting that one in here. Ah, this is not working. Also, let's have a look at this. This is also quite rapidly decreasing this. So the here, I'm going to have to change it back to that one. Legendary. And you're going to be legendary here. There we go. And this, I wish I could switch it, but I can't. That should make these green more of the time. Everything gets consumed. Okay, so this is now combined 170. Okay, this is a little bit too fast because of that one. 140 versus what we are consuming is pretty good. Pretty good ratio here. Right, it's very close. We're making a little bit of surplus on this nutrients. So I could do some. Oh, I can't monitor this one in here, so it'll just have to. It'll just fill up to that one. That's fine. Yeah. They're working. They're fine. Happy. Why is it red sometimes? Using ingredients. Okay. I think it's fine. Is there any legendary nutrient inadvertently? Yes. Damn it. Shit. And this, it's almost impossible to remove that. There. Because I have to force it in. Damn it, doesn't work. So first they remove it, then they're gonna bring the nutrients in, hopefully. There. Because then it should stay as this. Unless it runs out, because now it will keep filling this one up until it runs out. There you go. Demon, thank you for the 29 months. Any more videos of your Factorio Space Let's Play? Maybe. It depends on... well, yes, there will be, but it also depends on... like, there has to be an interesting story to tell. What the... Oh, it's this damn thing. How's Mark doing? You're still getting 2,000 of that. Okay. But you got it 20,000. 20,000? You kidding me? Who cares about 20,000? Too modest. Send it. It goes up quickly now. And it goes up to 20,000 and then it launches everything. Boop. Nice. I like that. That looks good. There we go. Oh, this might just barely get to the next. This is also a little concerning. The fact that those 2,000 are... Well, okay, they're here. The fact that they took so long to get in here, like there's still the other one. Where is the last one? Is it like stuck in one of these where... Yeah, here. Okay, there it goes. And I bet we now get the next one. 932. Oh, why is this dead? Why did you die? Why did you die? Oh, did we burn through this already? Damn. Suddenly we burned through this so quickly. That's a hell of a difference it makes. What? Now I want the other design again. Where's the noisemaker? Here. When legendary spoilage is less than 1000, just yell global. And we will not remember why. Good. Eight is coming in. Is it dead yet? Again? Is this dead? Did it die? It's fucking dying, isn't it? You're just stuck on this damn thing here. Oh, this is interesting. There's no one picking up from this one, so that's actually a bad place that it's at. Wow, that's a case for everyone. Hype train incoming. God damn those random trains. So many things like... Because here, this is picking up from a field there that no one is actually picking up. So if that happens, then no one will actually pick it up. And therefore I have to wait for these to expire before I clean up the rest of the belt. That might also be a case of a bad state that gets sort of worsened.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Thank you, Ice Magnum. Thank you for the 25 months. We see a lot of subs today with around the 20-something months. So I wonder what happened like about 2 years ago that got people interested.
Tales of
Ooh, Shen, thank you for 5 gift subs. Wow, it seems like you're picking up from where you left off last month. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, good. So this one's working, but why is it not working? Oh, it's because it's just not getting enough of that inbound. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. And Tech, thank you for the 43 months. Yeah, remember, maybe you have forgotten, maybe I have forgotten, is that if we... Is that even going to keep up? What's going to keep up? No, it's not going to keep up. But the problem is that it was not really getting enough of this inbound. Now it's just fluctuated the other way around. But if it wasn't keeping up the one way, and then it's not keeping up the other way. Yeah, we're not gonna have enough legendary here, so it's already going down quickly. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gift subs. All right, so as I was saying, back in the days, we have the option of if we get to a level 5 hype train, add another hour to the stream. So that's been quite a while. So I just want to remind everyone that that is the rules around here. Cool. Now this is also interesting. Why are these legendaries not coming in? Well, let's look at the debugging for that one. I can't even remember which one was we decided we wanted to do. You're coming in with 5,000 legendaries. 5,000 legendaries. It's something. It's definitely something. Woo! Hey Mark, thank you so much for 10 gift subs. Woo! Nice. Okay, Aquilo, you say? How are we Aquiloing here? What are we not getting? Nothing really? Like there's nothing we're not getting. So it looks like, what is the situation here with ice? 2.4, 2.3. But I do have like an ice maker in orbit. Legendary ice maker. Which is now left for clever. Ooh, Shen, thank you for 10 more gift subs. Oh, this is so glorious. So now this is actually a hype train. It got to level 2. So, if anyone wants to join in, if you have a Prime that you're not using anywhere else, you can use it here and get a free subscription for a month. Or if you have an older streak that you want to keep up or something, then add it to the hype train as we are actually progressing. Demon, thank you for the 10 more gift subs. Sweet, it's almost level 3. Okay, so this is... It's working, it's fine, there's not much I can do about it. Like, it's coming in at the rate that it's coming in. Jack Banton, thank you for the 59 months. That's a level 3. Sweet. And Shen with another 5 gift subs. Ooh, you are only the leaderboards. And the hype train. You want another? Yeah, I still have a ship that we need a name for. Here's a problem though. Sucks. Thank you for 5 gift subs. And Willosop, thank you for your 4 months. Sweet. Chaz, thank you for 2 full years. Right, so we only have 32,000 on this one. So this is the one that has to go out. You have 109,000 and you have a lot more. So I really don't want you getting any of it. What about this one? Why are we not launching?
Welcome home.
There's something that makes it not launch, and I think it might be... Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe it's the volume? Why is this disabled? 200,000. Okay, that's actually a really good reason why it's disabled. Damn. Because it's just waiting 207. Yeah, so this is actually correct. And Magistras, thank you for the 3 years. Lido, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. It's been a while since we've been on a 3.5 hype train level. So, super nice. Very much appreciated. Yeah, this is working at an okay rate now. That's the rate that we can work it at. And then it has to drop below 200,000. And then as soon as it does that, it'll start launching.
Welcome home.
Let's wait for it and let's see what happens. Mark, thank you so much. 25 gift subs. Ooh, maybe you want another ship named after you. Sweet. Amazing. That's a level 4 complete. That means we are actually close. Actually close to a potential extra. So there. Now it activated. And all these are now filling up. Immediately. And if we go to orbit. Yeah, 10,000 on the way here. 10,000 on the way here. Perfect. This one, you really shouldn't be getting anything right now. Ralmar, thank you for 13 months. Right, now I should start counting it down. Shen, thank you for 6 more gift subs. Was that just enough to get you in the lead for the train? Oof, nice. Yeah, there are not that many ships left since they're very rare, these hype trains. Yeah. It feels like a VIP room. It is the VIP room. And let me see. Oops. Nope. Just clicking random buttons in panic. This is one we're looking for. You're the one who wants to leave first. So 25,000 would correspond to 10,000. So we do need one. Woo! There we go. Wow. Sucks. Thank you for the 31 subs. That is super amazing. Did the prodigal ship? Yes, it returned safely. It was a Macmorel ship, so now we have 3 ships, which is 1 more than we need. But hey, better to have more. Thank you so much for 31 gift subs, and that actually completes the level, and we get an extra hour today. So I was thinking, what am I gonna watch after the stream ends? Nothing. My bed. And Shen with the 10 more gift subs. Wow. That is amazing. So as I said, there's a little bit of combat going on here. I don't know if you need this, but I made your belt storage half width and put 8 instead of 4 to provide 8 green belts worth of asteroid at once. Oh, okay. That's nice. don't think I need it. I don't think I want to change the ship again, but it's a good point. Aronimus, thank you for the 49 months, adding up to more. Ooh, and Shen with 5 more gift subs. Alright, just... That must mean you have reclaimed the throne here. Yeah, so unfortunately this is not coming out. I do think though that once this one has used all of it, then I'll just have like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5,000 left, and then we'll send it out. Because we want to have one of them moving.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
It is going to be close to being used up.
A new subscriber.
And it's still coming in at... It's also interesting because we're so used to having these massive quantities. Then when it's like, oh, it's only 8,000 asteroids. Like 8,000 asteroids is actually a lot of spell storage. As we can see, it's not even close to... oh, okay, there we go. Now we start seeing some of it empty. That's actually interesting how it's unbalanced today. It usually wasn't unbalanced. And there we go. So, the question is now, do we go back to Novice here? And if we look at... Why is it? Oh, it's just some of them they procced as individuals. Here. So now we're at 228, so it's not really likely that we'll sit here and wait for those 28 to be consumed, 28,000. So I think I'll just send you off into the wilderness. There we go.
More shall enter the fray.
There. So, off you go. And so Barthik is heading out. Magmaril is sitting here with 84,000, and Battle Nagari is sitting here with 475,000.
More shall enter the fray.
Anyone want to snipe me? I mean, Sox might, or Mark has also been known to do that. It's not gonna lie, he's sitting in his tower just waiting for the countdown. It's been known to happen. Alright. Someone was saying the vote ended up with late game science, which was a bit surprising to me. So that means we should look at how we are going to do blue science. I think blue science, right? Blue science. Let's do blue science. Can't wait, you're having a hard time keeping up. Yes. Let's make it here. Hype train tracker with 60 seconds left, 40 subs to complete level 6. Yeah, it's not really happening, but you know, it's also already 1 bonus hour. And it comes down to the wire on the sniping. Shen with 41 subs. Right. Let me see. There. Right. The way I want to start this is I start by designing. What we want? That one. And there we go. Battle Nagari. Well, that's not really a snipe, is it? That's not a snipe at all. That's just adding more levels to the hype train. Yeah, you can't snipe like that. Then it rolls over to level 6. That's 2 bonus hours. But Mark was in the sniping mood. Wow. Oh. What is that? That is Gleba running out of stuff. Sorry, let me turn off this alarm clock. There you go. Alright, so that didn't work very well. We'll switch back to the old one. Hype train? Why does it say hype train successful? It just completed another level. That's weird. Yeah, 1 sub. Wow, the hype train was 1 sub. Really? Really? It said 1 sub on the summary of the hype train. 1 sub. I'm sorry, this, well, no extra hours for you today because it was only 1 sub. That is so strange. Auto starts and auto stop. This is absolutely atrocious. But it did get to level 6. That is so bad. How could they fuck up something as essential as the hype train? Yeah. One sub. That is disgusting. Well, I mean, this is another way of a new unexpected snipe. Is like, well, it might end at any given time. You never know, because Twitch being Twitch. I guess Bezos was having enough money and was like, no, 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 please stop that train. It's too much money. Yeah, hype train tracker still works, but yeah. Works fine after F5, does it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, it's true. It's just it was the chat display actually. So actually it does know it. That's also why when you said the hype train tracker knows, that's because it's working on off the API. So the hype train might still be alive, but yeah, F5 works. Yes. And this one, see, it just alternates from being nothing to being too much. Anyway, this one will get whatever it can. Sure. Sweet. And if we look at spoilage, yeah, there's no spoilage in this planet anymore. Completely empty. Ha! Sweet. Actually, I don't want this one now.
More shall gather.
There we go, Shen. Thank you for 10 more gift subs. Wow, you're being insistent now. That gets you to 51, and that's just barely in the lead. All right, let's ignore this and go back here to our good old friend Navis. All right, this is the most space-consuming of the sciences, so it'll be. I'll try to sort of build it like the other one and see how that works. I don't think this is going to work. Because there also now are 3 things inbound here. So this wouldn't quite work, would it? 60 seconds left and 57 subs for a level million billion. Battlegar with the 5 gift subs. Hey, Miss Timony, thank you for 71. So that would be the best place this could go out. And then I would need to... The quantity are very low here. That means I could get a belt of reds and a belt of the other crap, right? Eh... I think actually the reds should be on the outside belt. Oh, it looks so much better when this is in the inside. This looks better. Yeah, this is actually remarkably simple. Huh.
More shall gather. More
Sujin,
shall enter the fray.
what are you doing? Why are you messing up with this? What the hell is going on? I need to cancel all my plans tomorrow. What the hell? I have a date coming over at 12 o'clock, and I have cleaning coming in at 9, and I have the kids need to get to school. What am I going to say to my date? Sorry, I'm just going to take a nap because... Yeah, what the hell? Mark, thank you for 25 gift subs. And then Sujin with 2 more. So it's at 52. Scratch all those plans. Just pushing to the max. Absolutely. All plans are gone. Yep. A nap date, yeah. Well, she did say that she wanted to practice some massage techniques, so I might just take a nap. You know, that seems like logical thing. You know, snoring is a sign that I'm really enjoying it. Actually, it should be out here. This is a better place for lights. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry that I got Factorio to play. Yeah. That is level 7. Well, happy ending. Hey, Swimmer! Hey, joining in. Why not? Why not, right? The craziness. And Shuji just joined in. I don't think it's been a very long time since there have been multiple people. Sometimes it's just being like two people competing, but here like yeah, Sujin joined the game, Mark and Socks and Bandakari. It's just yeah, Shen. It's everyone. Feel like being contrary. Yeah, I mean, I do very much appreciate it. It's not necessarily the most strategic way you could do this, because you could, those 50 subs are guaranteed to be a hype train any other day than today. But hey, who cares about being strategic? There we go, 9 of these builds, and then we're good. And is this possible? Okay, so this is good. Oh, this got quickly done. Yeah, and then back to research, right? Hmm. 50 subs. Hey, Nicholas Crawford, thank you for 5.
Proliferate.
Joining in. I have no idea where the train is, but well, I can actually see here. Because the overlay is broken. But yeah, okay. It's to complete level. So we're level 7. Now I feel I'm about to be sniped. Someone's about to snipe something, right? Gotta find me and something to do soon. I do very much need to find something to do too. But you're also very welcome to find something that come up with suggestions for what to do. Oh my god. 1000 bit doesn't matter, but it's still nice to be the leader on a level 7 train. That is a really good point. That's a really good point because you can flex that for a while until the next research. Lead Noah triggering around about 3 hours. And someone got 200 bits joining in here. Just making sure that you are actually in the lead. Yes. Triggered around about 3 hours. Yeah, that means it's going to be 3 o'clock. And that means I have to get up at 7 to get the kids to school. And then I'll be home 8:15. Then I have cleaning coming at 9. So I need to start clean up the house or just tidy up the house. Then I have to be out of the house for 2 hours. Maybe I'll go in my car and just sleep for 1.5 of those. And 60 seconds left, and now is the time for snipe. Don't wait until the last second because you never know what Twitch is up to. And then at 11, I'll need to sort of cozy it up. It's going to be a nice date at my place where I just like a mattress, the bamboo in the ceiling, ropes spread out everywhere. Maybe it's massage oil. It's going to be a nice.
A gleaming endowment.
The kid's not all adult yet. Yeah, they'll get. And Shen, thank you the 1500 bits. Yeah, you can't have a good date without rope. That's otherwise you risk that your date is gonna run away when you're. So you really need rope is an essential part of a good date. So we're gonna try to do this. This is. And there we go. Oh, socks. Coming in a little bit too late. But damn. 35 subs. I don't know if it actually made it. But thank you so much for 35 gifts. That's funny. It's not like 2 subs or 3 subs. It was 35. I don't know if that came in. So, Socks or... Oh, it was Shen. Shen got the hype train. And got us up. Thanks. Hey, awesome. Thank you so much. And too bad, Socks. This is why I don't wait until... who's the train lead? That is Shen. Shen has the hype train. A hype train conductor, so that's the definition of it. Okay, so this thing here, how fast is that? That's... Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. What if I do that? 2 of these. Not quite. 2 of these then. That's way too much. But this is not enough. Oh, Shen got bits. Oh, Mark got the subs. Yeah, Mark, you did. You could get the subs. Yeah, that's true. Shen jumped over to get the bits. Yeah, so we get a Mark ship. That is not the first. Maybe not the last either. Ta-da! And if you have any suggestions on what to do for your ships, then that's very welcome to come up with that. There we go. There we go. That's better. It's also symmetric and stuff. Yeah. With the stream on So Weird on Sundays, half the time I don't know if the sound's my game or yours. Oh, I know that. I think that this is less of an issue in Factorio, but it is kind of. I tried watching Anti-Elite stream. I cannot watch it for more than 10 seconds, 20 seconds, because there is a constant beep 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 being the something being destroyed, something being attacked warning, constantly, all the time during the stream. I'm going insane after 20 seconds because that's just one of those sounds you have to respond to. So yeah. What is the current best way to get legendary biter eggs? This way. Yeah. Just this block of, what is it, 100? Yeah. 100 of these. Biter into here. 100, 100. Just easy, stamp it down. And that's it right now. Wow, then you must get a lot of warnings in the background. Some very fast play and some very slow play. Oh, I have a confession to make. Every parent, trigger rant, every parent has some things that when you hear your kids say it, that your world just comes crumbling down. And if you're a good conservative, then it's stuff like, Dad, I'm homosexual. Then it's like, oh, the whole world is coming crashing down. It could be, if you're really religious, then it's like, Mom, Dad, I'm an atheist. But if you are a gamer like me, my world came crashing down when my son said, I actually like speedrunning. Then I'm devastated. How will I ever recover? What did I do wrong in raising my son so that he failed so miserably? What have I done? It's like, oh, I'm speedrunning Mario Odyssey. I was like, no, what have I done? What have I done wrong? Broke your heart for sure. Absolutely. Watching guides on how to speedrun. It's like, oh, I'm doing this really difficult thing. Like, now I told them, like, yeah, speedrunning for people who really don't like gaming, so they just want to get it over with as fast as possible. That's not how it is, Dad. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Oh, yeah. All right, from so that sucked. No inheritance for that kid. I mean, he might. There is a room for redeeming himself. My thoughts are with you. Thank you. Yeah. Right. What the hell are we gonna do about this? What things are we gonna produce here, and what things are we gonna be getting inbound? Like red circuits, should we get that inbound on a train? It's still a lot to get inbound on a train, but it's also like a lot more to actually build here. Especially given that we don't really have a lot of space. But we might be surprised. The biggest issue is probably going to be the engine units. So I need 120 engine units per second. The sulfur is just something I magically get in, I think. Or is it something I make on... I don't know. Let's start breaking this down and figure out what it would take. And then just see how much space we need for it. Did you tell him try to find some help from him? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a phase. He'll grow out of it. Isn't that how you say as a parent? Like, okay, it's the rebellious teen years or pre-teen years in his case. Like, he'll grow out of it. He'll come to his senses and learn to play games correctly, right? Jane, don't you want to overproduce so that you have sufficient buffer? Yeah, I really don't want to be sending in by train. So let's start looking at the engines first. Unfortunately, the engines are really sucky because they can only be built in in builds like these. So we just change this to engines and then see what happens. That's not so bad. 4 of these. All right, all right. I can work with that. Although, of course, this also requires us to get some pipes, some gears, but that's easy because these are all molten iron coming in, so that's easy step as well. A rant about so the teen phase, and later they have 10 years goth. I mean, 10 years goth, I can relate to that. Been there myself. Not 10 years, but some years. That's much more relatable for me than... So this is done, this is done, and this is done. Okay, so this... If I do this... Oh! Gears are not fast enough. Huh. Oh yeah, it's because I need 2 gears for this. Or 2 pipes. 124, and this is 108. Okay, but that's easy. We'll just throw in one of these, right? That's enough. There. But that's fine, because I'm producing 129 and I only need 120. So yeah, yeah. I think that it's interesting that no matter what, when you see your kids, I'll change that rant here. Funny with Battle Nagar, you're not even a sub yourself, and you've been gifting 50 plus subs, and you're still not even subbing yourself. It's crazy. Like no matter what phase, like my son is into live role playing and board games, and that's fine. But I'm also sort of there's a store in nearby city and also in central Copenhagen that is like dedicated to this, and there are board games in the basement, and you can you can go there and you can play, and we go there once in a while and just look for comics and board games and card games, and it's a really nice nerdy shop, really nice. And in the basement there are also sort of board games set up. Hey, Shannon the Techno, thank you for gifting us up. And some of those cave dwellers that live there, it's not just the way that they look, it's mainly the way that they behave. Like this, where you can hear that they just get so excited about some rules or some way that you can abuse something, or it's like they just get overly excited and just like, yeah, they're not getting out much, and they're also like, they are men in their 30s, like early 30s, and they have this look that they put on 50 kilos in 5 years. Like, they've not always been heavy, but they've just stopped having any kind of filter and just, and it's such a shame, because I also know people who think that, and it's just like you completely ruin your health, and you only socialize with people who are into the same kind of niche. It's just It's so hard to break out of something that, if you want to break out of that, of course. But this subculture is like, yeah, I'm really happy that my son has female friends in school and he is hanging out with them and he's introduced some board games to them and they're playing board games together. And like, yes, because boys who only interact with boys, there's just a way of behaving that is getting really inappropriate. It gets really inappropriate, really misogynic, very, very quickly. It doesn't always, but it has a tendency to it that it's always like women are always the butt of the joke, and then it's not very far from right wing influences, like Tate brothers, that kind of shit. And it's like, oh, you really need to have some female friends to know how to behave around other people than someone in deep, 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 deep inside that subculture. And that it's something that bothers. Like it doesn't bother me, but it's like it is the epitome, the peak cliche of a hobby that I really like. But I can also see the flaws of this hobby in that you are just gonna get into a world that is so closed off, and I don't think it's healthy. I just don't think it's a healthy, nuanced life to live. But it's also something that's really hard to break out because if you stop caring about your look and your behavior and your social skills, then if you start going like, well, maybe I should do something, there's a really long way until you can get back into being socially acceptable in any way. Yeah, incel culture, right? Among the yeah, incel culture, yes, manosphere. That's the manosphere. That's what it's called. It's something I really, yeah. I had like I was training the kids, my son and his friends, to some live role playing game, and then one of them was talking about saying something, and they were clearly testing the waters. They were 11 years old. They were testing the waters to see if like, am I cool or is this off if I say something? And I was just like, usually I just let them talk about what they are, and they were like, I'm not gonna have that fucking shit in my car. So take that away. You're not gonna sit here and talk about how awesome a fucking rapist is in my car. So shut it. And I also texted the parents afterwards, and they go like, maybe you should have a talk about some of the influences your son has because I'm not gonna listen to that shit in my car. So yeah, I'm. Those are kind of the things that yeah, I'm not gonna just. It's fine if they're immature. It's fine if they're a bit edgy, but that thing, not gonna have it. Not gonna just let them get there because I also know my son is he's in those kind of things. He's a follower. He'll just be like, oh, okay, and then we'll go home and figure out what it is and go like, okay, so if I have to be popular, then I have to say the same things. Like, no, you take a stand. Yeah, that needs to be nipped in the bud. Absolutely, absolutely. I really think that's something that you have to show that this is not okay. Really quickly and not sort of like, yeah, whatever. It's all the same thing. There are harmless things and then there are harmful things. And that's sort of, it is self reinforcing, which is super unhealthy. Anyway, how's that for a diverging that rant about from the goth face to other faces? Yeah, I'm going to come back to some of the comments in the meantime, but first we're going to take a little break and then, because I'm going to need the breaks for sure. Are we working out here? Yeah, we're flying. All right, be back in 2 minutes. Right, I mean, this is just beautiful to look at. Not the thing in the corner, but the rest of the screen is pretty nice. Yeah, so that was my little incel rant here. So just answering that from Perturbed, where were you? Where you were? Yeah, but Perturbed, Perturbed. How do I? I've seen your name a million times, but I have no idea how to pronounce it. Anyway, no, it's that the boys in my son's class, some of the cool ones, they are sort of leaning into influencers and watching more of that. And then my son is also sort of hang around them sometimes. And then of course he gets influenced because he's not the popular the kid there. But I'm just happy because he's also just hanging out with the girls in the class, which I think is really nice. But I also think that it's very valuable because if you grow up and let's say you're 18 and you go to you're in high school and you are all your friends from 10 years old or from wherever have always been boys, and you talk about games and I don't know, D&D or board games or soccer or something, and then like that becomes a specific way of talking, and then you suddenly have to talk to girls and get their interest, and you have no understanding of it. And yeah, as part of my studies, we also sort of looked at that and how awkward it is, how bad young men are at communicating with women. Not that not saying that women are better or anyway, but I just don't have that perspective. But I think that if you don't have any experience from having female friends, you maybe don't realize that there's a certain things you say and certain things you don't say, which is something that's just very valuable to know if you're getting into the stage where you want to be flirting and not just being sort of alpha male. And so I'm happy that he has some female friends, and I really just support that. Yeah, so there's a comment here, Uncapped Badger. Be careful. You have to... Yeah, everyone there is really awkward and don't know how to have discussions beyond gaming. Yes, exactly. I've also, like, the friends that I had in high school, when we met 24 years later, that was the scary thing, was that they were lawyers, hedge fund manager, IT consultants, HR manager, like all fancy titles. But as soon as I mentioned that I was studying sexology, they turned 15-year-olds and go, we're like, really? We're sitting here, 45-year-old men with our expensive cars and our families and our careers and all that shit. And then I mentioned something that I'm studying sexology, and we're like 15 years old, awkward, never talk to a woman again or a girl. Like, really? Is that seriously? Seriously? Is that... You have kids. You must have talked to a woman, I would imagine. Like, it's so ridiculous that awkwardness just still hadn't left. Like, you couldn't talk about that kind of, like, anything that wasn't like board games. I was like, okay. And so I stopped seeing them again, because it was like, okay, wow, we can talk about board games and pop culture, and that's it. But yes, as a former speedrunner myself, I will say that if your child wants to be a speedrunner, it's not that they despise the game, it's more that they love it so much that they want to learn all they can. I know. It's my stick to hate on speedrunners, because I'm such a bad speedrunner myself. That's why. But it's more of a stick than it's anything else. It's not a... I didn't give it a hard time, except with some friendly dad humor. But I do have the utmost respect for speedrunners. I just can't really, like... I can see challenge runs, yes. Speedruns, not really. But yeah. Anyway, this is actually... Oh, that's way too much. Let's get that up here, so we can see that that's separate. So this part here gets all of it for here into that. So now what we need to deal with is, how do we get What is the real number? $180. Okay, good, of course. With speedruns, for me, I'm like a magpie. I see something shiny and I spend the next 5 hours doing a completely different thing. I know, I completely agree. I'm the same way. If there's something sparkly, then I've got to pick it up. Ooh, butterfly. Ooh, there's a slug inside this factory. So I can't speed run. I can't be like, oh, I don't need this grace. Like, I need that grace. What do you think about being Petroleum for sulfur and red sockets? We're going to look at it to see if that makes sense, because I'd love to do that, but I just think we're kind of running out of space here. But I'd love the idea of it. Not go so far as to say that if your kids play D&D, they're going to be awkward, smelly insults as adults. And entirely, definitely. Let me completely agree. I am okay. Only slightly smelly, only slightly awkward, and definitely not an insult. So definitely not saying that that's the case. It's just that you can lose yourself in a lot of subcultures. Oh, you like football? Cool. You go to football. You go to that. Oh, there's this FCK Ultras. Oh, these seem like nice guys. Suddenly you're a hooligan. Oops, and all your friends are hooligans, and that's the only thing you do is you don't really care about the football. You just more care about going to fight, because now you're just part of this club, this subculture. Like, you can get dragged into a subculture, and that's a little bit worse than being a smelly incel. But it happens with all kind of subcultures that you can dive too deep. So don't the subculture and hobbies become your personality? Yeah. I think for a young person is that they need to develop a stable identity of their own. Yeah, and be curious about things. And I also, like, my daughter is very much into ballet. She dances ballet like 4 times a week. She's mentoring and tutoring ballet, and I think that's absolutely fantastic for a young adult, 15 years old, that she has other hobbies than her friends, because girls that age are just really one-dimensional. It very much becomes about sort of following trends and sort of measuring each other up against this trend. And she has this thing that no one else can say anything about, because it's just her thing. And it's kind of cool that she's really good at this thing. And it's something that's completely outside of sort of what is popular. So, be like, oh, I can't, I have to go to ballet this weekend or something. So you can get interested in Tantra, and now you suddenly start healing people with crystals. Sure, that's also a thing. Yeah, and you can get lost in subcultures. And I think that's, if I want to say something about it, and that's the one thing I would say generally, is that some people, myself included, have a tendency to dive deep into a thing. When I get fascinated by something, I really want to learn everything about it. That doesn't mean that it's the same thing as sort of getting trapped in the subculture of it, but I'm really just deep diving into the hobby. This is why I'm literally doing this right now as in Factorio, is because I want to learn, I want to master this, I want to figure out. That's almost there. Voiceovers were created by marketing campaigns. No, I don't think. I would actually kind of disagree with that. Then it's not, in my opinion, a subculture. Subcultures are. It's not a subculture to be, I don't know, addicted to the latest Hollywood trends. That's not it. A subculture is usually, at least the way I see it, is very much counter to something. And like, it's not Games Workshop who made the subculture of the board gaming nerd. They're not cultivating that subculture. They are facilitating how to meet, and they also know who it is. But I don't think it's the same thing. It's not like they. I don't think Games Workshop marketing department is sitting there and go like, all right, what is our key demographic? Okay, let's get these guys. We want to capture them when they are just done with university. We want to capture in university, and when they get out, get their first job, we want to make sure that they spend all the money on our figures. So let's find a way to cut them off from all social interactions, so they don't go to bars. They just go to our workshops and spend all their money there. Like, I don't think that's how it works. I mean, it might, but I just don't think so. Yeah, GamesWorks particularly seems to hate their own fans, but that goes both ways. I would say this has more to say about parenting. Amazing that your daughter is focused on something productive instead of blindly following what's on the internet. It's like you're helping them have a mind of their own. Yes, have something that's her own, that she's really good at, and then she can sort of dive into. How the hell are we going to do this? Because I also need that. And then I also need volcanoes to the rescue. There must be a way that we've solved this. Yeah, this is not it. I want some build that is not belted inbound, but this is also belted inbound. This is also belted inbound. Why do I do this? Oh, because it's actually completely irrelevant. It's so low quantity of the everything else that it's not a big deal. But these, I want to build sort of like this, but for red circuits. Oh, also, that one's better. Hey, Blind, thank you for the 53.
Welcome home.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, shit. I'm sorry to all these subs. Sorry, allergic to all those. Speak parenting, then you teach your kids ethics and etiquette so that they are socially active and know how to communicate. Then self-growth, let them lead their life to the fullest. Yeah, it's the difficult part. Like, you wanna set them on the right track, but you don't want to railroad them. And this ratio is completely off, so it's probably going to be more like that would still be too many. Yeah, still way too many green. Okay, so I think that the greens might actually be something that we take out. And then we are back to a design that mimics this. Ugh. Don't look at that. Ah, that's even worse. Ooh, now this is something. Yeah. This is something. This is what we're looking for. All right, let's steal this and take it and look at it and see what it is. What do we have here? What do we have here? How much? 250. Okay. Well, this is also obviously 240 because it's one belt, but and I needed 180, so okay. And this will have to be a different one. Oh, Maybe don't need that. Oh, this is a mess. No? These are gonna go up. I don't think I can suffice with one of these. It's 94. There's a little bit of a... Well, that's a big surplus. And there's also a significant surplus. I don't think I can make this smaller than what I have here. The only question, though, is... Can I somehow make the footprint smaller? This is also interesting, that it goes out on this belt to go up into that one. That's gotta be better. That's gotta be made in a better way. Like, couldn't I make this go up here? Yeah, I see now the problem with this. This is going to be inbound here. That has to be out quickly. I want to do that. And then I find a way to get... Yeah, yeah. And this one. Nope, not like this. Because this will be 3 on one side and 2 on the other side. So this thing here would have to be flipped. Yeah. There. But now I don't have any beacons. I can just throw beacon here and here. Because that will hit this one. So we're now way overdone. They had a blog post a couple of years back where they were saying, stop acting like the Imperium is cool. It's not cool and you're stupid and cringy for thinking it is. Yeah. After Imperium are cool, you shouldn't think it's applicable to the real world. Sometimes a little wake up call is good to have. Yeah. There is no input for the top bit from the green circuit. Top bit? This one also has to come from down here, so that's another headache that I have to solve. Plastic. The plastic should come in from up here somehow, but it can also go in like that. That's also an option. Let's have a look. Pretty sure this is sufficient. Yeah, it's sufficient. And then it's overscaled as well. So this is perfect. So all I need for all of this is just some iron and copper inbound, molten, and then some plastic. And that's the big issue here. And this is how it's also a good example of how I design things generally. Because now we just build these modules and go like, okay, so now what do we need now? Now we need to look at this part and say, how much plastic do we actually need? Because the rest is good. Copper and iron, we get that for free. So the only thing that matters is the stuff that we can't get any other way. So that means 142.9 divided by 196.4 multiplied by 180. Because that's what I really need. So 131. Okay, so I need 131 plastic plus. Oh, but if I want to do something with plastic, then I have to bring coal inbound. And do I really want to bring coal inbound? And if I bring coal, shouldn't I just get something else instead? Okay. Because the other part of it is this one, where I'm like, okay, this is going to be 60 sulfur. So I need to make 60 sulfur and 131 plastic. All right, let's have a look at that. I could be using these things for plastic. Fuck off. No, but I could actually be using this one for plastic. Oh, that's a good one. That's plastic. Oh yes. Yummy. All right, so how much plastic is this? Done. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, right? Okay, so that's done. Can you also be doing something else for us? Can you also do sulfur? Sure. How much is that? 181. Yeah, okay. All right, so now we know exactly all the buildings we need here. This is all the buildings we need. The question is, can this be compacted into 2 of our new small city blocks? Ugh, I doubt it. It's close. It's so close that I want to give it a shot. You could also put the red trips on a train and bring them in from another location. Use the good ratio from Volcanus because they will need the red chips other signs as well. Yes, but this is kind of the essence or the idea of this is to minimize the amount of inputs here and then have it reliable. So if I start doing, okay, well, the red circuits are coming in, well, then actually I should be, for the red circuit build, I should get plastic in and I should get green circuits in because green circuits I can blah, 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 right? So if we want to minimize the amount of inputs, then honestly, at this point, we could do, we're going to get iron and copper for sure. That's a given. And then the question is, do we want petroleum and coal? Because that's needed to get this. Or do we want to get plastic and sulfur? That's also an option. Or do we, oh, we also need water, but water is kind of, yeah. But what I don't want to do, and this is what I've done previously in other bases, mega bases, is that then suddenly I have to manage the red circuits on a global level. Basically saying, okay, so do I have enough red circuits to feed into all the things that need red circuits? And do I have enough green circuits to feed into the red circuits that feed into everything, into the blue circuits, into the yellow signs, into the, and then it kind of becomes a little bit too obfuscated. If we can say, if we can strip it down to the base materials and then have each block doing everything, then that's super amazing. Yeah, plastic is easy to make on site, but it requires coal inbound. It might not, if we're being totally honest about it, do we really need a train for something? Like this is, I needed 131, so it's about half of this. That means I need 15 per second, like 15 coal per second. That's not worth a train. That's just bring it in by a robot, right? That's so low. That's kind of the same as the amount of calcite we need. I don't need have calcite, but calcite for this one, for example. How much calcite do we need? Yeah, 16. So we're bringing this in casually by robot. So 15 per second is not a big deal for robots, I think. Putting things on belts to put them on trains just to take them off and put them on belts for the birds. Just make the belt longer. In what case? Do you what? I mean, I hear what you say, but I don't think I understand what the example would be for that. The liquid trains are so nice now. Yeah, they are. They're usable. What was this? The Imperium of Man stands as a cautionary tale of what could happen should the very worst of humanity lust for power and extreme unyielding xenophobia set in. Yes, kind of seems relevant these days. A city block base is probably not the use case since belt train belt is kind of the whole idea. Yeah. And the idea about just make longer belts is a little bit unapplicable because then I would have to go from the iron and the coal and the here, and then it also means that I understand that you would want to do it in your base because you can build it the way you want it, but the way I build my base is that I want to make it as modular as possible so that other people can apply it. And if I go like, oh yeah, I just make it next to this one and belt it in, then you can't use the base because maybe you don't have a coal nearby. I only have biolabs on Novice. Yeah, that's the part that I have. Um, I've come to the conclusion that that's not scalable because then everything has to go through this part, and I don't like that. And there's also still wonky with some of these things, and therefore as I've scaled up and reached a high amount of signs per minute, then I have just also come to the conclusion that this does not scale very well. It doesn't scale beyond where I want. If I want to make something that scales to potentially 1,000,000 signs per minute, then I can't have everything come through this one. You just have to over your opposition to have a coal belt that is 1,000 segments long. Yes, that's true. Or I think that that's thank you, but no thank you. I don't like that. You're right. That's my version. So, here comes the squishy. Like, if I can fit it in here plus here. First, let's do some train design, right? Because this thing, we need 4 things inbound. So let's start by getting this part here, which is working from there. Let's get that down here. And they're not coming in because they're not connected to the rest of the network. How would I add 2 more inbounds? I guess the most obvious one would be collapsing all of these so they all come in here and they all go out down there. Ew. Why? Why did I allow that? Hold on, I actually only need 3, don't I? We need, the only thing extra is petroleum inbound. Woohoo! That doesn't look as nice. What? Oh. Ew. That doesn't work. These can be aligned, but this one cannot be on the same line. It needs to be right there, but that's the only place it can't be. Ah, look at that. They're not aligned. The horror. The horror. All right. Yep. And this is also going to be a little bit of an issue, but it's less of an issue because that's something, there's a lot of leeway in these big poles here. So, yeah, that's going to be iron and copper. They're all going to be apparently iron, I guess. And then that would be petroleum. Belts can ship on many trains, though. You can't say the same about belts. If you start squishing, don't forget you need foundries for the engine ingredients. I already have that. That is these 3. This is enough if we look at this. Yep. It's a little bit of deficit here, but that's okay because there's a surplus here. So that's already done. What about coal inbound? Coal is only 15 per second, so I'm not really there. Advantage of changes is that different cargo can go on the same railway. You want to be carefully avoid sushi on belts. The second reason is trains are more throughput than 2 belts. I'm not actually sure the throughput is particularly of a good case anymore. The very biggest bases in 1.1 were belt only. So I don't agree. I don't think so. Like trains are better, but you have to. I would definitely avoid belts as I avoided belts as much as possible when making my mega base because trains are better. Yeah, quality trains absolutely. Belts are great if they are fully stacked, but you can't have fully stacked belts everywhere. The thing is, like, belts are amazing if they're fully stacked, but when you start enabling this show belt gap here, then you see that there are so many gaps on those belts. And even the belts that are supposed to be fully stacked, they're not fully stacked all the time. So they'll start by being not fully stacked, and then you start consuming them also not fully stacked. And so taking trains and unloading them straight into assemblers is amazing. No belts at all. Trains are fun, yeah, but they're also really bad in space age, unfortunately. Yeah, that looks nice. That's a very nice design here. Act weird and sometimes fail to give you a full belt. There are gaps and one item once in a while. I can't figure out why. Yeah, that's it's usually the swing timer and then unloading and then it swings back and forth and yeah. You can do some things and in the best of cases, yes, but yeah, I don't know. It's okay. So I like this design. This looks really crisp, in my opinion. So now the question is, can I move all of this junk here down there? I really don't think I can do anything more down here than... Is there any way that I could share some things here? I probably could share the middle belt, but could I share both belts? I think so. That should be possible, right? And then we, of course, have a power pole issue, but that's not really ever a problem anymore. Okay, so we got a little bit of space here. That's nice, which is probably where we could build something like this part, because this is Just simple things in, and then it goes out, right? So plastic will have to go up to the red circuit build, which I am gonna build. Oops! Oh, I don't undo that. Redo it. Thank you. First, I'm just gonna try to move things in here. I want to go down there, or do I want to go that way? Oof, it's close. Clearly there's enough room, but it still needs a little bit of finagling here. So the sulfur and the gears have to be on the same, and the reds have to be on the other one. So I think the reds have to actually be put in a different place. I think I have to swap it like this. This doesn't seem so good anymore. Maybe I just don't care. Maybe this one just becomes part of this design. Because why not? Honestly. It's so much easier to move around. Yeah. And then as long as you're assigned to something. Don't like it being all the way over here. Alright. It's been a few weeks since I got my shared server, and everything is going terribly. The guy I'm playing with started upgrading stuff to legendary and wasn't set up with the resources. I have thousands of alerts of things queued for upgrades. I've tripled the number of logistics partner network, and it's still not enough to keep up with the requests. Yep. Welcome to why I don't play multiplayer 101. The guy you're playing with is an idiot. And that's not the guy you're playing with. It's also the guy that I'm playing with. And probably the guys that I'm playing with would say the same thing. And, yeah. Or because they would be like, yeah, so I built this thing and it works perfectly fine. And then he just started tearing it down and moving it 3 tiles to the left. What a fucking waste of time. And I'd be like, yeah, but you built it on the path, which is funny because now I don't care about building on the path because this path is not a path. It's something else. You bring molten iron and by trains. Yes, molten iron, molten copper, and petroleum coming in by train. Yeah, so this is not bad, I think. Then let's see if we can figure out a way to get this one inbound. Oh, there's missing something here. Good. There. Did you need sulfur? Sulfur's down here. Sulfur just goes in straight in, so that's not a problem. It just needs a pipe, and I think that pipes are easier to manipulate. Right, so... I think you have to be here. And that has to be put in on that. So this is going to be the first thing. Good. Now the other thing will have to be different. That'll have to be sort of my usual build of how I split things. How would I even split things here? Yeah, I need the space. Let me just check this. It's still enough. Okay, so I can actually do this and move it further in. This would be way overscaled. That means that doesn't need to be here. And then how do I do this usually? I'm doing this design. And then I need one in on one side and one in on the other side. Doesn't seem so appealing right now. What would be the best way of having these two go out on two different paths? I think that... What if we actually built it something like... let's give it a little bit more space and then see if the idea is good. Would this be a perfectly split belt? No, it would be a mess. What was the consumption rate of this? 62 plus 60. Okay, so it's not so bad. If these only go out on the outside, then how about we do this? As in just, that's one of the belts. And the other one just goes out here.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
That's something. Welcome home, FRD. Thank you for the 30 months. I could also move this a little bit back. Would that? What would that do? It would allow me to... Oh yes, good shit.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Much nicer. This is really good. Except you can't get anything anymore. There. There we go. Something like this. And 64 Ranger 7. Thank you for the 6 months. It's not... it's almost enough to split on one belt and split it. Oh, this one is middle. Does pipe friendly not need a beacon? This one has that one and that one. Yes. And then we just do this to check, confirm. Everything is vastly overscaled. And that means I can take you and just move you one tile back. Damn, I love having 500 robots or 450 or something. It's nice. Down here. That one is down here. All right. Starting to believe. Starting to believe. And then the only thing we have remaining is actually this one, which is honestly not really a big deal. all of this 60. So I just okay, and hold on. And 120. So the question is, I think I want to have red ones on the outside. Ah, shoot. Well, this is not super consistent then. Hopefully it'll still work. Yep, and you will now, like this one. It's 3 places it has to go in. Really don't like this. This was compacted too much. Yeah. This will be the red ones. Here. And the 2 outer ones will be... Yeah, good. And then I go... Yes, this looks very nice, like, if it works. And then I just have to figure out how this is gonna be placed. But that's easy, just do that. And this one's fast enough, easily. And that needs water as well. So the next only question is, how the hell do we get water in here? How much? After over 600,000 space age and 2,000, I just realized you can cancel at deconstruction with shift. Cancel at deconstruction with shift. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, okay, like that. Yes. Yeah. Water trains. I'm not gonna say water trains. I don't think that's a good idea. How much do we need? 900. Oof. That one. Ice cube trains. Oh, that's sexy. That's actually a really sexy thing, but I'm not going to take ice cube. But you are putting it in a different way of just going like, how much would that actually be? And okay, let's figure out how much we want. This is needing 60, exactly 60. This is producing, so I need a third of this, right? So it's 300. So if I need 300 of this, then that's gonna be... oh, it's 1 chemical, and just 1 chemical plant is fine. It's about 10 per second. No, it's 23.48 divided by 821 multiplied by 300. About 9. Yeah, why not ice cubes as well? I think this is so funny to do that. I love it. I love it. Tiramisu, ice cube trains. Maybe you were saying it facetiously, but it's a freaking good idea for something as simple as this. Huh. Nice. Love it. And then if you want to do something else. Are you dropping us from space then? No, but we can always find that. We can always get that. 60 nice. What's the problem? Yeah, but an ice cube build is easy to make. Yeah. It's not even going to be a legendary cuber. It's just going to be a cuber. So. Yeah, imagine we make cryoplants could. Yeah, that would be nice. But also really good in space. Yeah, so what is missing? The only thing missing is pairing up these ones here. So we get iron on the top. So all all them iron comes in here. Oof. That one is an ironium. There. And iron and that one. And then there. That's all the iron we need. And then the copper is only going into these two. Huh. That's funny. Yeah. Hey Mirage, good evening. Yeah, 3 bonus hours, I know. This feels like something that can be adjusted like this, can it? That's surprisingly simple. It's not like the most beautiful build ever built, but it's not awful either, I think. 1, 2. I could also shovel this 2 up, couldn't I? 1, 2. Sure. Even better. What's the benefit of using trains with molten materials versus piping it? Yeah. Because piping is not going to work. There we go. Let me elaborate why that's not going to work. If I was building this and go like, hey, you just need some iron and some copper, just make it right there. So you can pipe it in from here and here, that's fine. And then you go, yeah, but this one also needs some iron and copper, and this one needs some iron and copper. So you're going to pipe it in all the way. And if you do that, then suddenly you have it over the 320, and that means you need to put in pumps. So you start putting pumps in here to push it that way and also that way. Great, it's still good. Then you find out this is actually not producing enough to keep up with this, or maybe you built something else here. So this is not enough. So now you need to hook up this one, which you then need to meticulously pipe, pump, pipe, pump, pipe, pump, pipe, pump, pipe, pump, and then you start getting up here. Then when you merge the networks, the 2 pumps that are pushing from both sides, then you now have to keep track of how much of the throughput that is infinite throughput, but it's constrained by how many pumps you have, 6, 8 next to each other, is pumping that way, and how much is pumping that way. And then you might have this one coming in and splitting in half, and this one coming down near splitting in half. And then you have to figure out how much of that split goes that way, because it doesn't balance itself. And you could go, well, then just make a liquid bus. That means everything has to go through the same throughput, and that means you now have 20 pumps next to each other, just to make sure that you have enough throughput. So from that perspective, you end up just making some weird constraints that is now sort of dictated by where the places are and how they're going to be interacting with your base. And then, or you have to say, okay, well, I need to build one new thing, so let's get one new iron patch and then pump it all the way in. And I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's scalable. I also think it's bad from a perspective of me delivering generic designs. The trains can handle, they are producing here at 11,000 per second. So that's pretty good. And with this part here, I can actually have quite a few trains that are filling up and filling up and filling up. And if there's only one of those trains filling up at the same time, then it comes in at 11,000 per second, which means 9 seconds to fill up a train. No, 18 seconds to fill up a train, which is not much. So that's why I'm doing it. So that's why. This is generic, and just go like this is decoupled from everything else. I hate hard couplings. That would also be like the reason why I'm building the red circuits in here instead of building it as a separate base is because I don't like that hard coupling between things. I want us to be like, okay, you get the most basic materials, molten iron, molten copper, petroleum, get that in here. So that's why. And I think this might actually work. Let's kill these. Okay, so Magmaril is out there flying. Are you filling up? Good. We're going to be taking a save. 17. Magmaril is flying. And this one is still working. Oh, we might actually have to figure out why this is not working. That's not going to be right now. That's going to be a distraction for another time. So, you are still missing an output belt for the upper iron gears. Thank you. I'll do that after the break, if I remember. Be back in 2 minutes. This is just beautiful to watch this, isn't it? So nice. Alright, let's have a look at the stuff that I missed in chat. You're still missing an output belt for the upper iron gears. Yes, let's do that. Upper iron gears. Output belt for upper iron gears. This is... There's a... Oh, iron gears. Iron gears goes up here. And the lower one goes... So I don't know what we're missing. So I don't get that one. One thing you could do is inside a block that needs to remain together, I would remove the paved grid so that the pavement doesn't go through. Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I actually want to do it one up on that. I think I wanted to hazard concrete on sort of the edge. I've also done that here. So just hazard concrete the edge. Let's actually do that now so that it's... These are... That's just normal. Really? We're using cheap stuff. What that would look like. I think it would look nice because I think it's just a yellow line. The kind of... Yes, I think that'll look nice. You're bringing raw or not petroleum? No, I'm bringing petroleum. Check the inserters on the gears of the gears of the engines. You're missing one belt. Okay. I don't get it. I don't get what I'm missing. I really don't get it. Gear foundry. This is the gear foundry. Output, 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 output. What the fuck? This is a foundry. Oh, right. That one. Oh, one gear. Oh, right. One belt. Oh, right. Yes. Ah, thank you. Oh. You have 4 inserters in the upper and the topmost. Yes. Perfect. One has a concrete. Yeah. Good. So we got it. And let's look at this. This looks nice, right? What is Silverback 2.0? Are you making the original Space Age save into a megabase? Yes. Well, I mean, it is a kind... I don't know what you determine by megabase. Oh my god, this is awful. Ah, you forced me to get distracted now. Damn it. Why? Why you know ice cream? I want ice cream. And you're probably having a bit. I think we need another one of these. Another ice maker. We don't have actually 2 ice makers. One like this. And the other one is just gonna be sending ice to Novice. Really wanted something more exciting here for this. Oh, I also should get like the basic stuff that we always need. Yeah, so we need more ice over. But this is not great, is it? Like, this is too small. This is too small in a lot of ways, actually. Like, I would also imagine that... Ew. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this ship at all. I must have a nicer one. Like, this is a nicer ship. Yeah. Let's make this into an ice cream ship. Maybe not ice cream, but just ice ship. This is weird. All requests plus 10. This is not correct. This should only leave when... less than, I don't know, 100? Because this one should be stuck over novice, because right now maybe someone is actually requesting it on novice and it's not coming in. Yeah, look at that. Oh, no way. No way. So this one is just happily chugging along with 200,000 legendary red signs, but no one is requesting it. Are you kidding me? Ah, right. Should I be an ice cream maker? Yes, we're gonna make a new ice cream maker. But actually, I think I have one that could be an ice cream maker. That could be repurposed pretty easily. That's this one, Heimdall. Why the hell are you going back and forth? You're also making legendary. Ah, it's because everything is going to turn legendary. Yeah. Like that one. This is the one. What? Okay, I'm just getting overwhelmed. Okay, yeah, this is not really. So it's going to be repurposed. Moon is going to be repurposed for that. Legendary ice cream maker, yes. Was it 1 level 7? It was 1 level 7. You are requesting this, yes, but you already have 32,000 of that. You know what? We are never going to use the normal ones again. How much are you producing here? 40 times 6 is 240. So with this one, we never need anything else. Shit, that's such a waste of doing. Which is also ironic because now I built this one, but I'll never need it because legendary from space is better. Yeah. Well, anyway. This one just needs to be replaced. I'm just going to wait for this to be replaced and then I'll switch it over. Do you think ribbon world would be possible ever? Yeah, sure. But I don't think it'd be fun. But I mean, volcanoes might be a little bit of a problem because if you bump into some lava, then you can't cross that lava until much later, which might be prohibitive. And there. And now. There we go. Isn't that also the case for the greens? Or did we not? We did make... Oh. Well. I think Shen is going to be a green circuit build. A green science build. I'm sure I had this from my... Huh? Anyway, let's get on with the stuff because we have a problem with this one. It's not getting in fast enough. This is also a bad ship, by the way. We haven't seen Gyna Cube in this year, I think, almost. Okay, let's try and focus on one thing at a time, which I don't even know what is. This one, yeah. But I actually wanted to... We didn't want to use this as a template. We want to use this as a template. And then we realized that, oh, it's not actually working. But that's going to be our template. And then Shen, you're going to be... It's important to do this first. Because otherwise, we might end up requesting more than we can actually put in here. Good. And on top of that, we're going to get this one. And we're going to get that one. And no oil. But this one's just gonna make ice cream. Whee! Legendary ice cream. And we'll rename you to Legendary Ice. Which also means that we're gonna take the other ship back here and fix that. Right. Get in here. Everyone, get in here. I remember you were going to the Shadow Planet a while ago. What was actually a planet, or was it just a challenge to go there? Just a challenge. There's nothing there. No achievements, no nothing. Just a sense of accomplishment. I do have a little bit of solar panels, which should be enough for this. Everyone fighting to get a ship. Yes. And this is not even the ship. This is from last time. Did the ship that ran out of fusion bar make it back? Yes, it did. Magmarel is still among us. Let's see. Oh! 425. And I guess it's because... yeah, why? It's not complaining about anything that isn't here, so... why? Probably that one, yeah. Yeah, this one's empty. And here it is. Yeah, it wasn't getting anything, so that's our issue. But that'll be fixed now. Ice cream truck, Davis and Shen. Yeah, so I think that after we go here to Aquilo, we're actually going to go to Navis and then just circuit condition. So that's going to be after that. It's also that it takes so long to fly back and forth that all of this should be converted into be used right now, but it isn't. Here. Okay, what is it we want to do? It's this part here. So this is the core of our design, and it has to come in instead of that, right? I don't quite like this. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't mind it. Did we get this? Yes, we did. So I need one, 2, 3, 4. This is the most valuable thing, the fusion reactor, legendary fusion reactor. So whenever we have extra of those, they're important to be throwing back to ground. Oh, what is that? Not enough to fill a rocket then. No shit, but where? Who had the audacity to build that? That one, that one. There we go. And some more of that. Then we're actually there. Ah. No more requests? Nope, no more requests. Nice. Then... What? Oh, it's sending stuff back. Cool. This... I guess kind of... This thing here? Can still be... smashed in here, right? Because that fits. That's that one, and this one I don't really want to ship full, don't care about that, but... And then I got this design here. And you get enabled again. Yeah, this is where you want to pick that up, because that's where you are going. Good. And then I will take the other ship is still flying towards, so it'll get there soon. What are you using ice for? I am using ice here. Legendary ice. I'm using that to make legendary cryogenic science. Meet the green 4 condition. Yes, indeed. Boop, because I don't have it. And that one, yeah. And this should also, this should actually just, shouldn't even be there. It should just figure out. All right. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of time. Luckily, with all these red lights, they are just disabling anything from being reprocessed so that it'll flow through here and be used primarily for fire. Why am I using guns? Whatever. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Don't like it. Oh, shoot, this is not working. This ship is not ready. This doesn't have any turrets. I need it like this damn thing here. I need this built. Well, that's kind of doable, right? Let's kill all of that. Yeah. This will now be a different matter, because on the other one it is capped here, and this one's also capped. So I actually want this design working here as well, because they're now gonna share. And this is not stacked. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. That means I need to get... This one's capped at 600. This one should be capped at... Okay, so what are we missing? We're missing the fact that we don't have any water. This... How do we fix the water on the other one? It came over from the engine units. Okay, that's a good place to get it. But engine unit looks different now, and... If I could go like this, it would work fine. I could go one back. No. I could do this one. Just really dislike a design that looks like this. But I guess... A little bit weird, isn't it? This one's still just cleaning out the silly belt. Oh, it's coming up here. It's a little bit clumped up, but whatever. And this doesn't serve a purpose either. Okay. But we still need... Why do I even need these? You can't go on the other side because that's where I have the rails. Oh my god, this is bad. This is bad. Like, why would I even need the turrets? Surprised you still have guns. Thank you. I'm surprised I still have guns. I hate those. I hate those a lot right now. So if I was taking this out, it would be like a really awkward position. Also, what the hell are all those... like if I placed one here and here, and then made two lasers in the middle, like that, and then these would be like this. That's a much nicer. And then screw that because it serves no purpose at all. But it's not as pretty though. The other option is for this one to be placed like this and slightly further back. Like that. Now the cables. Oh, now I get what you mean. Yeah. Why am I doing this when I did not actually set up the targets? Let's do... Here we set up the targets. We'll do that. Ignore unlisted targets. Correct. And... small and medium. That's also an interesting one that was there. Let's kill all of this. It's always like whenever you do an update of something, then it just becomes like, oh, but now I could also optimize this part, and now I could also make this part a little bit better. I do need to get all the way here. Nope. From the corner to that corner. That's what I need. There. super waste of legendary. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Alright, good. I could also say that the ones on the side should not be, oops, should not be legendary. Not the last one. Feels more reasonable. Yeah, so only the front is legendary. Do you need the yellow armor belt? No, I do not need it anymore. But I do need this part. It's only that one I don't need then. This just feels awkward, doesn't it? This feels like there could be something better. Okay, so do I need this one? Yes, I need that for filling up this pro. Do I need it into this? What if I don't have this here? Then I'm only producing 0. No, I still produce 70 per second. That's enough. So if I can put this one here, that would still work. I'm just wondering if I could get it over to also affect this one here. Then you could be up. Like this. Would be so much nicer. But also not really correct. This is producing 7 per second. This is consuming. This is making 6. So this is This is the same balance. Make it 1.2. 1.2 is. I think this one needs a beacon. Desperately trying here. It is not possible. Not without putting it on a belt. You. Can't really get it. Put the beacon on top of the loop belt. What is the loop belt? The loop belt on top of? There? But the idea is that I would still need to get it here to actually make it. That would have to be this distance to be able to get in here. Oh, this. I lost these. There you go. Which is all fine, but now I'm missing something else. Now that one doesn't need to be split apart. It can't reach across now. It can exactly not reach across. And if I do that, then there's no... Well, this one. This can also be slid over. So let's do that. Okay, okay. This has to be out on the closer side, so I could do something like this. Will that work? Oh, you're ruining it. I need more. Still need to change the missile toward targeting. Why? What's wrong with this? Big? Yeah? Oh, that one is not working. But that means you're only producing 156. That means it's on a third of this. That means it's, yeah, okay. So even if this is not even affected, it's still producing enough to keep this happy all the time. And it's not going to be fully used, right? Only 1 turret per segment. That's the, oh yeah, it does. Yeah, that's true. That sucks. Manual fix, yay. I just really love working in space. I think it's a surprisingly fun challenge. I did not expect it to be so fun, but damn, it's fun. Love it. There, that's not because it's necessary, just because it looks nicer. Okay, that's a lot of wasted space here, but whatever. I think I have some of these, but I don't think I need it for anything. How much is this? This is 96. So I'm guessing I have 100. One, two, three, four, five, six. That's fine. Anyway, this is working-ish. We got all of that, and this one can be taken away because it was a temporary thing. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Is there just in case the ship gets lost? Yeah, if it gets lost, you know, or if a Prometheum chunk gets lost. That's probably fine. Maybe this doesn't seem as nice as that one. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now it's symmetric around here for no reason. Don't know if I need this. I don't, but I like it. Trim the ship to smaller size? Nope. It's rectangular. It's fine. Like, if anything, I would want to build it in a way that had more of this going on, like more processing. But I think I would say this is pretty much there. This one's importing from that location. Yeah. Come on. Zip. Got it. All right. So this should be done. This should just go to Aquilo. And you're staying there for at least 30 seconds, but also until the cargo drops below, because then it's not getting enough by just standing still. Then it has to go out and move. I don't want to carry that along. I don't even want to carry that. Sure, let's go. And then I'm going to take you and then look at this one. You are now stuck at Navis. Huh, but you got a lot of ice. Arrgh. Well, so, yes. What are we going to do? We are going to kill it all. Oh, that you don't want to do? Boom. One legendary thruster. We'll find more. I love this. Also just loving watching it build. And we are going to need... Got enough of that. This one's active, but I also need new of this from here. There we go. Stray ice belt on the left where the fuel is made. That one, yeah, stray ice belt, that's true. Which means it's also on the other one. Oh, that beautiful ice. Well, you got enough of everything, so should be fine. That's a lot of these crates here. A little bit too many, probably. Yeah, we have 30 on the planet, but we're requesting 31 because, of course. Let's figure out who is responsible. It's always Timbo responsible for bringing it back. You are here. Have you unloaded that one? Yes, you have. Then get the hell out of there. It's just going to take forever to go back, but... that was also been a while. Stop the novice. Stop the novice. Oh, our science is shit because that one. Okay. Maybe we'll just do this for consolation prize for a little bit. What? This is a fun ship. I really like the design of this, but now I can also say like we're obviously trying to design this to be spaceship shaped and have walls around it, which turned out wasn't necessary. And then, like, if I'm going to design a starter ship now, it's going to be rectangle because why not? This one. Oh, they look so cool. Yeah, this looks like a cute little ship. Yeah, I know. But the problem with this is that if you have a rectangular ship, then you can do this part, the outer belt. And that's so nice. You can't do that if you have a belt that is or a ship that's ship-shaped. They're still requesting from 3 of them, but we got that, so maybe when it stops saying Volcanus X3, that means it's requesting, and then it's not actually on the way because it hasn't launched the rocket yet. As soon as it stops saying requesting from Volcanus X2, now it says X2, it should say X1, X0, and then, or not X0, and then when that requesting from, there we go, now I can leave. Because now the rockets have launched. They are fully loaded and started the launch sequence, and then it will not leave without bringing the other stuff in. Okay, and there is, where are you at? Oh, you got everything somehow. Boop, boop. Yes, cool. You got that one. Let's feed our. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. What the hell? USB error. Are we still here? Can you still hear me? See me? Yes? No? Hi. I don't know if that's an indication. Yes. Okay. Those 4, they go back. These are now here. Do we have fuel? No, we do not. So we're gonna have to sit here and wait a little bit until we get enough fuel. This is super happy with all the ice baby. Until this one gets overflowing. Okay, I'm gonna do that. There we go. So you got at least the first one in. It's always the ice that's difficult to get around the Navis. That's such a short supply. Now we want the next ice to flow over here so we can get some kind of thruster. There we go. Ta-da! So we get a little bit of thrust. 12,000, 14,000. Great. This is good. And then we can go to Glabalicious. No. That's not necessary anymore. Here we go. Did we actually look at this ship? Nope. It's standing here. And that should mean that on Aquilo, they are chugging along and they're happy. Yes, look at that. Launching, being good workers here. What is the production here? This is 51, and if it's multiplied by 6, then that's over 240. So this is enough once it gets going. This ship could also need an upgrade. It's an old one. It's an older ship, but it's like a Millennium Falcon. It still works. We can see available in rocket silo just keeps going up. But we're probably not going to get to 32,000 here, so pretty sure that when we get to 60, it'll leave again. Panic that one of my USB things got a problem. Yep, it was my Stream Deck that disconnected and reconnected. I think this one should just be 30 seconds. Because basically get there, take whatever you have, and then get the hell out of there. There's still 3,000 on the way. The question is then, before those 3,000 get here, will something else have triggered in the meantime? Come on, 3,000 on the way. It would be nice if there was a research that made rockets faster. And by that I mean like the time it takes from launch sequence complete on planet to arrival in orbit. Like I would happily pay science to get that shortened to half as much. Ah, look at that. On the way 4,000. So now it's just send up another 2,000. Send up another 2,000. I don't know if we'll ever get out of this planet here. I also think this is a little bit of an absurd number. Like 32,000. It should be 8,000? 16,000 maybe? Could be the absolute maximum we'd want. I think. Do you think it should be able to research rocket capacity? It would be nice, but I can also understand why we can't. So that's understandable. There's just only a certain number of item slots, so that would have to be redesigned the UI as well. But the one thing we really want, look at these non-legendary stuff. Like the one thing we'd really want science-wise was longer spoilage time. That's refrigeration, repeatable science using cryogenic science pack. It just makes no sense that it's not there. All right, this should be working, right? Well, it's not because we don't have an ice ship. We're going to be taking the moon ship. Moon here. This one is not used anymore, so this can be taken apart and rebuilt as something else. What is it going to be looking like? If we just want to send ice down, couldn't I just use this one? Sure. But it still has to produce ice at a decent rate. Like, what is... It's not actually a decent rate. And this should also be capped at something. There's storage, yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, just do the whole damn thing here. Why am I upgrading the walls around here? There we go. That is marginally less awful. Doesn't even need any shooty here. Oh, wow. These are coming in. My, oh my, there's a lot of weird shit here. Right, so how much should this be enabled when only when this one is less than 50,000? That's a good number, right? Just ignore it. Just sit here and say that's fine. Because that should be good enough down here. Why are they not scaled up? Damn. Seriously. What is this now? 43 per second, which is fine. Yeah, it's stacked up. It's getting in here. Good. All right. So that means we can now... No. We actually need to request it as well. From here. $5,000 inbound. Nice. And here, we need to consume 8 per second or 9 per second. So if we just get 100, maybe that's enough. That one. And this one needs 15 per second. So let's get 200 coal. 100 coal, whatever. No longer using comment. Yes, I do, but that's when it's part of a group that is that makes sense. Like, oh, this is the stuff from that planet, or this is the stuff that is science. But when it's just, I need one thing, then it doesn't make sense. Best Factorio player EU. Thank you. Who's the best US then? It must be Dosh, or is that where's Dosh from? I don't know. But it will never beat the efficiency of making a main bus system. Now you're just trolling me. You're just trolling, right? And now a random hype train started because we don't have enough of those. Psh. How fast is this? Don't know. Go! Yeah, that was quick. Yep. Research is pretty good. Speed is pretty good. This is producing 460 per second. Yeah, okay. Nice. Okay, and now we need two things. This needs to be hooked up, but we also need to actually be able to make a new base that makes petroleum. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see if you can figure out why I'm saying that. How do you make petroleum? Hmm. Cracking? How do you make cracking? What is the most efficient way of doing cracking? Look at this one. Yeah. But we can, and that one. Yeah. But if we want to get it as the best one, we want productivity, right? We want productivity. There we go. I'm Rano. Or I could do, and that would be 50% better. 50% product, 150 productivity versus 75% productivity. What the hell? Oh, this is even, oh, it's even better because it also has 4. It's so much better. But the thing is, not worth it. No, it's definitely not worth it. So let's do it. We have 3 hours to figure it out. Yes, and I always know that my sharpness increases past midnight. Then it's just so much better. My ability to do anything. Fish for nutrients? No, 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 not fish for nutrients. That one. Croissants for nutrients. That's the best one. That's 25, and then let's do another one, and that says fishies, because I don't really want to make a fish farm. Oh, here's another point that you can't productivity that, so yeah, way better. Like the deploying on a Friday, yeah. This is so much better, right? Go to school. Well, the good news about this is that this design does not have any solid inputs. So the only solid input is the nutrients. So that should make it a lot easier. Shit. You need to do biters. Yeah, so it's spoilage, nutrients, and biters all just in a happy mess. I mean, the biter's not as big of a deal. Like, you just have to remember it, and then it's going to be fine. There is this little problem about it though. And that is, yeah, maybe we didn't want to do a fish farm just because. The problem with this is that I would just say, yeah, sure, we just request some fishies out here or some croissants out here. But the problem with that is flying, 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 spawning, and then I suddenly have a biter here. Like, come on. Which is just munching on a little roboport or something. Then it's not just the start and the end, it's also everything in between that's going to be potential, right? You can breed biters on. Ooh, you are clever. Yeah, that's a good one. Now it gets even sillier. Why are we doing this? Because it's fun. Remember? This is not great. I'm going to take a break in a sec, but I need to figure out where you are. Oh, you just arrived. So just ship it off. There we go. Off we go. Go back. Great. And on Aquilo, what's our state here? Done. And yeah, okay, so that's actually already ready for one launch plus another one stored up here, which would be 8,000 plus another 8,000. So it comes in as 16,000 as soon as it comes in. That actually means that I probably should correctly do this as 32,000 as I had already planned. It just wasn't able to do it before, but it has actually 4 iterations of launches I would want to go through. Okay, let's follow this one. Or maybe follow that one while we take a break. And we have come in on the bonus hours. Don't know how I'm going to explain my date, why I'm going to be falling asleep tomorrow. Anyway, that's tomorrow's problem. Be back in 2 minutes. And we're back. All right. I think we're gonna give it a shot with the full Monty in regards to just trying to see what we can do. Oh, what happened? Oh, you just arrived, and 8,000 are coming in, and the 8,000 are launching, and the next one is going to be filled up to 8,000. Yes. Why are they not launching immediately? Oh, they are. And then let's see how much the... okay, so we don't quite have enough for the next launch. Which would mean that maybe this should actually be 24,000. That seems like it fits with a good round trip with a little bit of waiting time here. You can see it filling up, coming in slowly. There'll always be some that are slightly ahead of the other ones. Funny how there's one of them that's faster, and the other one just got stuck in the rocket silo. Why did they get stuck? That's 5,000. That's weird. Oh no, we don't have any. No. Why? You're heading there with a good batch. Yeah. 5,000. You are heading away with also 5,000, but you're heading away. So I think once this synchronizes, I would hope that we have enough. It's going to be a long time until it gets there. Okay, so you're already heading back. You got 17,000? Yes, which is good, I think. It's definitely better than previously where it was like 5 or 6,000. Your biter egg consumption is higher than your biter egg production. The key is to make sure your biter egg consumption is higher than your biter egg production. That way you don't have to worry about biter egg spoiling hatching. Yeah, correct. Because then they just spoil. Then it spoils as nutrients instead of explode. Yeah. Right. First things first. We are going to take this and move it over to another test location. I'm not going to build it on top of that, but let's build it down here. And then build. Oh. We only need one inbound this time, because we only need... What about the water, though? I can't get myself to make a water train. That is just too silly. But I don't know. Maybe that is the way of the world. So let's see. We are going to get crude oil inbound. So crude oil needs to be converted first into something useful-ish. Yeah, drag a pipe, yes, but that's also kind of what I think. But we need to figure out sort of what is the scale of what we want to make. Like, this thing is there. This feels like the right way to do things, but I do feel that there's a problem with this, and that is there's no room for beacons in this. So I like this, like everyone does. This is nice. But where are the beacons? I don't know. How far would they have to be apart to get a beacon in? More than this. This is not awful. Only thing... You can build the oil processing anywhere, so moving it to a pond is the simplest solution. But water changes sounds fun. No. What is this design here? What do we think is reasonable to get inbound for a design like this? $6,000 per second seems like a lot. 5,000. I was thinking like 1,000 per second is a little bit not enough. 10,000 per second, it might be a little bit too much. It's a lot of oil, yeah, but it's also going to be a lot of usage for it. Okay, so the first thing is this doesn't really take a lot of space. So let's just park this and be happy about it. And just kind of see if the other ones sort of... Okay, so if we did this, what would that need? Okay, that would be like 2,800 heavy oil. So if we wanted to do that, what would that look like with some beacons on this as well? I don't know why, but is that an idea? I mean, it's an idea, but is it a good idea? I don't know. It has a problem out here. But if I did something like this, oh wow. Yeah, that's... Might use the same scale. 11,000 per second. So this is actually very efficient. But this is also the easy one because the next one is harder. Why does those factories want pizza? Of course they want pizza. Why would you not want pizza if you're a factory? If you were a factory, wouldn't you want pizza? No, it's because it's not a factory. It's a pentapod egg in a tube, and that they like pizza. So we're gonna have to feed them pizza here. And now I have issues with the outbound. But they don't need a lot of pizza though. They just need a little bit of pizza. To be here. But it has also issues with the outbound though. Yeah, that's okay. Could also do that. No, I think actually it will look better the other way around, where the ones that are closer are also closer here. Yes. That looks much nicer. Oh, Victoria, I haven't played this in like years. Extra nutrients, what about the spoilage from agricultural science? I have 40,000 of it, but I don't think that's enough to sustain it. Then I'm putting a hard link between a thing that I don't know if I have enough of. I'm afraid he can't keep up with the train throughput, all that oil. Yeah, that's true as well. I mean, this is just a design, and then we'll see how absurd it gets. Because I think I might want to do... Okay, a little bit further away. Yeah. Then this to that one. So maybe I should design it more according to this one, saying, oh yeah, I want to capture 4,000 of this. And then this would be, you're already making way more plus whatever here, so... How much nutrient would this require? Oh, it doesn't say. Not much. 2 nutrients per second. Also need spoilage outbound. Yeah, that's true. That's actually pretty awful. Oof. That is correct. That sucks. We can always just do like this for spoilage outbound. So this one would be able to handle all of that. Great. This thing here, 5,000. Also way more than we're producing, actually twice as much. So kind of just take half of it out. So this one is almost able to handle. Actually, if we just did that. Yeah. And able to handle everything and probably outputting this. So I would have to have 2 of these builds. One for the light oil produced here, and one for the light oil produced here. It's a hell of a lot of productivity. And of course, it's not exact ratios, but sort of ballpark figure, this is what we need. And that would give us, ballpark figure, 24,000. That seems like enough, doesn't it? And the fact of the matter is that this could actually be built in a single... Wow, it just kind of fit. Like a single one-ish. Mercury, proud of you. Not really. Not fascist enough. I don't... Okay, the obvious thing about this is building it half size and then making it only in here. So that both inputs and outputs are in one block. And then it's like 1 by 3 would be the design. I think that's kind of nice. Or not kind of nice. It would be really nice. Which I don't think is going to be a problem because I just get back and get this design up here. There we go. And then of course it's one of them has to be changed. This is going to be outbound and the other one will somehow be, I don't know, there we go. It's now inbound. And that can load 12,000 per second. So more than that doesn't make any sense for us. Or maybe it does. But we would also need a hell of a lot more storage. Because we need to be able to get stuff in and then just process and build it into a big storage that can come out. Simple cold liquefaction isn't a better option. Simple cold. No, simple cold liquefaction uses a lot of sulfuric acid. And sulfuric acid is abundant on Volcanus, but not here. So then I have to use the bad cold effect. Work tomorrow. I gotta go to sleep. Have fun for 2.5 more hours. Thank you. And you know the VODs are always available. So oh, that doesn't work. They can't be next to each other. It have to be like here and. Oh. Feels weird, but it should work, right? And then should not be a big deal with this. Just there. That's nice. So now we can load twice as fast and we have twice as much storage. Export oil loop for level science. No. I have a sneaking suspicion that oh. Is how no, it's bad. It's bad. Don't even think about it. Yeah. Yeah, I really don't want to just not tie them up like that. Also think that we don't really need that oil in these high quantities. So I like this design, but it doesn't quite do what I want, right? This should be enough, and then I should be able to take half of this. So if I want to take only half as much here, would I want to just go on one side, or would I want to do stuff like this, I think? Here. So now we're processing 3,000. I think 3,000 is a good number. Very easily doable here. And then we need to process 1,300 here. That's a little bit more than I need. Whoa. 10. 10 off. That's fine. We'll take it. We'll say that's even. Why are we doing normal and clever instead of just one of the two? What do you mean normal and clever? Where are we doing the normal? Oh, you mean like this one? Because this is kind of more fragile. Yeah, spilled nutrients, yes. It's not awful. Might even go a little bit closer. Yeah. And we are not consuming enough light oil now. So we need to get more light oil in here. Now? Oh, that got worse. Oh, right. It's because I don't have enough light oil. Ah, right. What about now? All of it. So now I'm over consuming light oil. That's fine. What if I do that? Now I'm under consuming light oil. That's not good. So let's do that. Good. So this build is pretty good and generates order of magnitude about probably around 11,000, to be honest. Okay, so the one thing we don't have at this point is the output. And I do think that we could do that one. There. So that takes the output, and we'll just throw that into a box. Or maybe I just bring this back, just to sort of have clean lines here. The next part is each of these is consuming 3.85 megawatt, 4.5. Can I do this and look at the... no, I can't look at the power for this. Yeah, okay, but the yummy factor for all of this is 4.5 plus 4.5 plus 4.5 plus 4.5. No, yeah, 4.5. Okay, so this is 9 plus 9, that's 18. 36 plus 4 plus 4, that's 44. And each of these nutrients are generating 2, so that's 22 per second I need to make. This one is producing 25 per second, so actually that's enough. Spoils filter from the end of nutrient belts as well. That's a great point indeed. It's not actually easy to make here. Huh. Almost. I'll have to go do that, but it's not a guarantee. Sparks Indeed machine is output itself onto the belt, back onto the top belt. And actually I just realized if I did this, that would be so nice. If I could do that, but then it loses contact with this one up here. If I could, then I could filter here. And then just have that one. If I move it to right, it loses contact with that. So. Why can't I put the splitter on the grabber? Because the grabbers on splitters, we've seen some horrendous issues. Let's say it like that. Where they only pick up either before or after, and that means it has a chance to do bad stuff. And then that would be... So if this one is producing... Oh, that's a little bit much. Oh, because it actually got so close that it's now affected by this one. Okay. It's definitely producing fast enough. This is not that one. It's here. These are the same size as a biter nest. And I think a biter nest is producing 0.5 per second. Yeah, 0.5. So this one, without beacons involved, is consuming more than half, but less than 2, or less than 1. And it is producing 25, and this one consumes 22. So one without beacons is actually fine. So when I put it here with beacons, it's definitely going to be fine. These two being here, and then I can just do that as an inbound for... Oh, this gets... you filter that. There, because then it puts it out of that belt. That's actually really neat. And then these, just so it becomes easy to see which ones are outbound and which ones are inbound. And all we need to request here is then, by not even biters, but what's it called? Bioflux. Yeah, lazy Teslas will get that. It would be nice to make it sort of an extension of each other, but that would actually be much nicer. Could I do that? This one bothers me a little bit. This one sticks out so far. That one would be exactly the same purpose. Let's try and put them next to each other and see how that would work. And by doing that, we suddenly buff this a little bit more. Okay, so the easy thing is... Done. Done. Heavy oil. A little bit more problematic, to say the least. Because that needs to actually go on this belt up here. That's the only belt that it can go through. Because it has to reach... there. Wow. It actually... doesn't look completely infeasible. It doesn't look a little bit infeasible. Because this just looks good and looks feasible towards hitting that one. But then I can't hit it from here. It's so close. Just seems so nice. Like this part, right? So nice. We flip vertically so that the heavy oil is taken in from the bottom. Why does a be flipper rotate this? But I also need this. These two outputs are just really convenient for going out here. That's why I really like that. How convenient this is set up. And if I flip it, then I have to get the water in on the inside, which is not great. I can always, I can always just do stuff like this, and then just kind of go like, yeah, sure, there we go. But that's less exciting. I'm gonna have to flip this around a little bit. Yeah, that's fine, because then you can sneak in here. See, this is what I wanted. Like, I wanted it in here. Can you go back? And that would do what? I don't know. Something? Damn. If you are not here, everything is perfect. I can also just do that, because this one will have trash unrequested, so I just throw it in and then turns it into a request or trash thing, right? So maybe that's fine. It's gonna end up in a box anyway, so whether it ends up in 1 or 2 boxes doesn't matter. And that's now much nicer going in there. Oops. And then we hit the heavy oil and the water. Water can come out like that. That's still sort of within what you'd expected. There. And then the heavy oil is... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not it. Oh, this is bad, because this is 1, 2 away. It feels like this whole thing here should be shifted 1 up. Yeah, of course it should. Of course. So much better. Except all the crap that now doesn't fit. Except for that, of course, but everything else is great. Now you're no good. You're no good either. It just makes more sense that it's like this. It just doesn't fit now. I could move this to the 2nd position. But then I'd have... I'll try it. So that still works. This one still doesn't work. Then we have an issue with our light oil or petroleum. So now light oil works, heavy oil works, petroleum doesn't work. I can't get to this one. And I don't have any space to maneuver it. From here to here would actually be a thing. Almost. No. Like I have this line. These could be compacted a little bit. Like if I did something like this, then I could say, hey, look at that. They are not gonna connect. Damn it. Damn. Remove the power poles, then what? Don't think they are particularly in the way. Like these ones. Maybe. Maybe. But I still need to get from here. Like this could now go. Perfect mess. What an absolute perfect mess. Shit. Starting to. It looks. Yeah. Oops. All because I wanted the symmetry of water here. I feel like this needs some comment in pipe mess for the next guy. Just stamp down the blueprint. It'll work. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is actually interesting because this is the output, so that's actually... Hello, right there. Nice. We can move that down so it hits here. There we go. Which should also make it easier for the heavy oil. Does the water connect? No, it does not connect on side to side. Probably should somehow. Good. And that should also connect. So the heavy oil or the crude oil comes in, spready. The light oil is wherever we can hook up this one. And then these two will be replaced with drone thingies. Or maybe? On the first machine on the top, you could have made the pipes go underground on the red grabber. And then you wouldn't have to move Nutrient Crafter. On the first machine on the top. That's this one, right? You could have made the pipe go underground on the red grabber. And then you wouldn't have to move nutrients crafter. Yeah, don't think I can understand that by comments. Also, this has lost its connection. Damn, it's beacon now. That might be okay. It should be okay for supporting this, but still. It should need a beacon. No, it should not need a beacon. We counted it needs 22 here, and it produces 25. So it should be working. Should not. Yes, good. Should not. It doesn't need a beacon. No, it's just so that we can take all of this and produce it and just kind of let it expire. Around from left side into center. Then have underground next to the long inserter going across the two turbo belts. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't understand explanations like this, and especially don't after midnight. I know you have it in your mind, and maybe it works, and maybe it doesn't, but I can't understand like screenshot. That's something I can maybe work with. I'll try it. It doesn't work. Can't do that. So I'd have to do it here. Which means I can't do an underground from here to here. Because that'll bump into that. So no. And that's the thing, right? Some of those, when you're just kind of imagining it, then things that are not solutions pop up, and yeah, when you sit it with it, all right, no worries, no worries. It's this is why it's so difficult to do that. Even when I'm looking at the game, I'm not always seeing it, and it's so much more difficult if you're not even sitting with the game, just kind of gleaning what could be correct. Ah, see, now I can't even do that one. We'll do that to pretend that we do follow this pattern. Now it looks like this is the pattern and this is the pattern. Kind of. Yeah, that looks intended. I really want to fire it up and see, because there is a caveat that this might not work. And if it doesn't, then we're really screwed, because now I kind of assumed that this would work. Oof. Yeah, I did. Wow. Okay. I think it's easier for us to get the water in here and then find out where do we have some oil. Ugh, not really anywhere. That one is the closest oil we have. Yep. That means expansion! Expansion time! Woo! They're not moving. Why are they not moving? Oh, there we go. Just forgot the commands. Yeah, you go. Okay. I think I need to just take this out. Or not, actually. Oops. Didn't want to do that, I think. Maybe I did. Yeah. If we did a little bit of foresight, we might have done that a little bit before. So, this needs to go. And then I need to build a rail line all the way down there. Or just take this one and make it a little bit closer, because why not? Let's make it a little bit closer down here. There's also water nearby, so maybe we can actually test it without too much other hassle. Let's try that. Always start expansion by removing defenses. Yes, and preferably also research artillery range at the same time. That's the ideal case. Absolutely ideal. Oh, the grid is there. Nice. Isn't it? Yeah, it's here. So I think I'll take these two out and then get one of them. And you are going to be getting us some of that. Oh, we also need no, we don't. To recapture them. Did you see actual wall? Yeah, this is the old wall. Non-legendary nests, yes. Legendary nests are annoying and they don't need to be faster. So that's just one of those where I don't care. Oh, hello. Yeah, sure. Let's just expand, or let's just aggro something out here. I wonder if someone aggroed this one. Why? Why? Oh, because they're not. Oh, right. That's gonna be fun, isn't it? Because now they will aggro everything down here, because now it gets inside Roboport range, or inside radar range. So this one aggroed. So I'm going to go back to defend, because something will be coming in there. Is this not coming? Yes, it is. It's coming. Okay, they're happy. So the good news is they can pick this up. Good. So I now need to get the water in here. I thought it was like, wasn't there water nearby? Yes, there was. There we go. First one. And then I don't want to bring it by a train, because that's legendary, yes. Legendary, 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 legendary. Almost. Maybe I just point them in towards that middle. There. I actually really like this solution I've come up with for how to make these. I'm not going to say fast because this is anything but fast, but relatively smooth to add a new batch here. Because I needed some kind of rule to how to set this up. Now I have. And how fast is this? 4,000. How fast is it? 12,000. Thank you. Should be it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Swish, 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 swish. Yeah, they're all full now. Done. Any plans on any new Monster Hunter? No. There's absolutely no way I'm gonna play Monster Hunter. I have no interest in that game. I played it once because it was like, oh, I love the Souls games and Souls likes, and yeah, and then played Monster Hunter, and I thought it was a parody of a game. I was like, seriously, is this like placeholder things where it just says like, I don't know, it was like male hunter or something. It was like, seriously, are the NPCs this shallow? So. Best 95C. Ooh, that does not sound nice. Yeah, I don't have any interest in it. Yeah, nothing about it found it interesting. I didn't like the looks. There was absolutely no story. I didn't like the combat. Yeah, no thanks. But maybe I didn't give it an honest try, but it just doesn't feel like a game for me. So, good news. This works. Like, really well. How does it work when I'm not requesting anything? Ooh, could this? No, I can't have it starving. This is, oh yeah, these are fine, actually. I should, I should be doing something like this here. Where I say, hold the entire belt. And then you're going to say, how much nutrient do you have? 57. Good. Well, you're only going to be importing when it's less than 20. Because that means it's going to be allowed to stay like this. And then, for example, I can do here, and then restarts. There we go. Then it goes in. And these are not going to be summoned. They are going to be overrides, so it just gets like 2 at a time. Because I don't want to fill up. Which exactly what it does now. This fills up ridiculously fast. Alright, restart. Go down. Activate. Keep activating. But that means it's going to be very few that are in here at any given time. Might actually just be size 1. Restart again. This looks good. That's a very low amount that will get stuck. Male Hunter 7 has great backstory though, I'm sure. Biters incoming. Well, probably coming out here. Okay, so this, I like it. They came and went. Okay, they walked past and regretted their decision. So now, in order for me to actually test if this is working, I would need to send up, I need to connect here, so I get iron and copper, and then I need to connect from here to here, which is something. Or replace this and put it on a train instead. That might be better. To use nuclear energy, yep, I have my singular nuclear power plant here. That's chugging along. But I really should be using fusion. It's just better. So, right, time to break. That's one of the bonus hours. Thank you so much for all those bonus hours. Oh, they're all stuck here. And this is chugging along. You're also happy. You're moving. You're not moving. Is anyone moving? I want to look at something. You're also not moving. No one's moving. 48,000. 248,000. And something. Okay, Barthak, you're the closest one to go out, so you're gonna go out now. Boop. Right. And then we're gonna just watch that ship go out and about. Right, be back in 2 minutes. Okay, not much going on with the ship. This is just a nice casual stroll. It's been there before. Alright, what makes most sense? Oh. Well, I have 20 of these, so I can help push out this a little bit further. Don't know if this is necessary. Boop. Stop picking up fishies. There. And then the glorious innovation here. The best wall, absolutely. The best wall is not a wall. These fishies are always interrupting my removing landfill. Right, keep going. There we go. And then over here as well. Oh no, I don't know actually. There we go. All right, that's something. And I don't think this is the right one. I think it's better to put it on a train and then have the trains go up here. I know it's a little bit cumbersome. And then have this be the working one, going up, connecting here, connecting down there. Yeah. Good, let's do that. Tiles only. This is not entirely correct, so let's not use that. This also is not necessarily the right place. I could move this one 2 up, but I also really like that there's a little bit of breathing room between them. But I can move 1 up. Ah, fuck it. Let's do that. And that means I can take you. Move over. No, none of that crap here. But the one that we know works, this one, sends all the built it in the piped inputs here, this part. This one, we'll keep it around. Good. And that one. Then I need to kill this part, I guess. Which means that one. Good. Then reestablish. Whoops. Lost there. Oof. Don't forget to break. I just had my break. Do you still need a heavy oil station? Probably yes. And a light oil station for something later on. Looks pretty safe, right? It's really easy to expand now. I think I don't need this anymore. It would be nice also to expand upwards so we can really kill Because if I take this out, then I'm also losing the flow of ammo. Oh, right, I'm not. Well, actually, as long as I take this out, then I can just take all of this out. It's not gonna hurt anyone. Not even the biters. There. And this one. I'm probably gonna cut some kind of pipeline somewhere that's essential. But yeah. This feels nice to get rid of this. Okay. Nice. If the blueprint UI showed a little preview of what is on the next, I don't know. Do you think city blocks are better than doing more direct ABs, if that makes sense? No, they're not. But if you do direct A to Bs, which is definitely the best, then you lose some scaling. Then everything, okay, if you do a city block with many to many, then you need to have the total amount of steel production is more than the total demand of steel production. That's somewhat easy to manage because it's one number. But if you do direct A to B, then you need the steel production for the blue science to be more than the consumption of steel in the blue science, which isn't very much. But you also need the steel production for your purple science to be more than the steel consumption of purple science, which is a lot. So it would be tempting to take some of your steel production that you've had to hard allocate um, towards the blue science and then also direct it to the purple science because you have a surplus here and a deficit there, but you can't because then it's no longer A to B. But it is better, of course, if you can do everything A to B because then you can manage it directly and you won't have sort of this confusion of I'm consuming a total of 2,600 steel. I don't know. Maybe I have it, but why am I lacking? Oh, because it's filling up trains and it's actually working, but it just takes 2 hours before it stabilizes because buffer sizes and train sizes and station buffers and all that stuff. So, yeah. But if you build a many-to-many network, is a lot more flexible, and it also works a lot earlier because right now I can just say, as long as I hook it up, I'm gonna get iron and copper in. Cool. Even though I don't have enough iron and copper to feed all of it. So I think that's a huge advantage. All right, let's build a station for you. Actually, I think this is a good example of station. Oh, come on. It's not though, but yeah, this is good. Okay, and this one will now have a better name. Crude oil. Ah, I pressed enter. Pressing enter in Factorio. Psh, what the hell? Okay, make a train. There we go. And the beauty of this is the fact that I just need to hook it up once, and then the whole network is one. Perfect. Which is full fast. You are gonna go to... Oh, did I even remember to name the station correctly? This is the inbound? No, it's not correct. That would suck to get that in. So that's gonna be... And I pressed enter again. What the hell's wrong with me? And this is the outbound. Okay. And this will be from that until cargo full. Then you're going to go to that one until cargo empty. That's it. Yeah, no need to have pipe there. You are absolutely correct. Let's copy this train. Nope. Train. Vehicle fuel. Yes. Oh, it says, yeah, okay. It says warning that nothing is working. Cool. Maybe I don't understand why. So, how are we going to do this? Like the obvious thing would just be plowing straight through this one, but this is actually one of the few iron deposits that actually work in the old system. So, I also have to stay on the new path instead of going into the old city blocks. You have to stay on the new. And I really love the new city blocks. Like these small designs here, they are so nice. So, we need like a straight path. Oh, it's because I took a one that way. Yeah. It does have a little bit of an issue. The fact that the these are not in the middle means that I can't make a grid here and rotate it. And so I can make these blueprints, but I have to do them without without the intersections. With roboports I can include. So for example, this one. No. This one. I can make it not this. Get proper roboports. None of that. None of that. This is a blueprint that can be then snapped to grid, and I'll set the grid size of 50 by 50, and I'll do, I don't know if that's correct, but I don't know. I think it actually has to be something like this. And then I make an L. Actually, maybe I do rails first. Rail. L. Right? There. Flip. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate that. I hate these. I hate the unflippable. Why does it not work? Why does it not work? Why are we not doing it? There's no way for me to get build this, design this, so that it flips. Because whatever it's flipping around is the middle of this green square. But that green square is not where I want it. And then there's the absolute or relative. I think it's an absolute offset, right? Grid position. This is where the but it's, I think it's this one. I don't know. No control to do absolute and vice versa, and you can enter the green square on the concrete. Yeah, I don't know what this does actually. Okay, so let's see. This would be 4 more that way and 4 more that way. And 4 more to the X positive. And then Y is the opposite direction of what you'd expect it to be. So if it's down, then it's up. It got better, but so there's something about this. Oh no, that's not it. It's this one. Like the relative position has to be 1 1. It can't. It doesn't work. Yeah, 3 3, but I can't do 3 3 when it's it can't because it's rails. For some reason it refuses to do that for rails. Grid position and blueprint grid position coordinates need to be either all even or all odd. Okay, then I do 25 and 25. Don't know what that would mean. Oh, hallelujah. Save that damn thing. Cool. It's a miracle. No one knows. No one understands what happened. 3 3 25 25. Oh, we can't even make it in the middle anymore. So let's try again. No. None of that. None of that. None of this. And then something got weirded out again. Because of oh yeah, 3. Woohoo! That's the thing. All right, good, 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 good. That was working. Tiles. Nope. Tiles, yes. None of that. All look good. Snap to grid. 50 by 50. Grid position. Let's just do the same thing as last time and see how that works. And this is now going to be an I intersection. No. Well, it's... Oh. There. Signals? No, I don't want signals on all of these. Because if I put signal... Oh, actually maybe I could do signals in the middle of each of these. The problem is that if I put signals on this side... What? Did I mess up something? Yeah, if I put them down here and here, then they'll be intersecting with that. But if I put them in the middle, maybe. So that's an option. Let's try that. Let me see. This is slightly behind, and this is slightly ahead. Okay, so that would be the corresponding would be there and there. Because that has to be rotatable. And that means we take the eye again. Mm-hmm. Yes. Sure. Woohoo. You won't be able to flip it with signals. I won't be able to no, flip it. Yeah, correct. No flipping, but that's not what we want. We don't want to flip. Did the corner blueprint have a signal tile too much in the top right? Did it? No. Oh yeah. Yes, it did. Nice. Good spot. That means it's not a problem here because it's overlapped. Nice. And is the train moving? Yeah, it's moving. Ooh, exciting. That goes here. And that should also mean that... no. I would need... I need this thing here. Including trains. Hope it makes sense that I built it here. Yes, it does. But it's not quite getting that. Come on, build, 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 build. Yes. And the back ones are coming in first, so they'll get started. And well, they only go to the next one. Cool. Oh, right. It's... Yeah. Boop. And once this one comes in, then... Off you go. Off you go. Oh, there's a... Find your lack of signals disturbing. Yeah, that's just barely enough. There you go. So they all go out, and then maybe they'll come back. Did we get something in here? We did, but didn't quite work, though. Or maybe it's... Oh, it's coming in here. Right. So, we don't have the other one yet. And we don't have the water yet, so... Yeah, okay. Slowly. Why is this one not getting anything? Why are you not getting any pizza? God damn it. It doesn't fucking work now. Now it can't get from the other side. This one can't get it. It's all messed up. No! What is in this tile? Really should be the case. Okay. I'm just gonna get the water in here. Unlike previously, we don't actually mind using this with things. One off, of course. I think there was some water down here. Yeah, some water. Water is available. And how much do we need? Some. And then it's complaining because it's over exhausted or overstrained. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, this one does not have a... Should be all providers that have this, right? You are good, but that one's not. This one will go from... Yep, until full. Then that one until empty. Why not nuclear fuel? Yeah, that's a good point. Don't know. Off you go. Off you go. What the hell? They should be going in here. Oh, the other one was maybe just a little bit too far away. Oh, you are filled. Oh no, that's cool. Oh yes, I mean. So, that is the real test. Well, plastic is working, and red circuits are working. And sulfur is not working. Ew. Ah, right. Why? There you go. Is it because no train limit logic? Yeah, I don't actually think train limit logic is necessary. Like the whole opening and closing, I think it's just they're gonna be when they are producing, they're gonna be consuming so fast that there. Sorry for the weird sounds. There you go. That should just clear this and then it's open up. There you go. That I don't mind having these trains standing here, which looks absolutely gorgeous. Like liquid trains, man. Liquid trains. It's crazy. This is new and exciting. This is not new and exciting. This is kind of atrocious. It's because you're not getting in. You need to get this. Get your shit together. Liquid ingredients. Yeah. So once it has filled up the belts, then it'll be settling down on a more modest amount of liquid inbound. I mean, I could also just get it from somewhere else, but still. 1k water, 1k ice. No, it's not. Doesn't need. I don't think I need it. I think I need 9 to keep up, but right now we are almost keeping up, right? And this is all coming in. There's going to be a good batch coming in soon. There you go. It is filling up the belts. I'm telling you, it's filling up the belts. Go, 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 go. Steady stream. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. No, now it's only at the maintenance level instead of just at as fast as you can. Now it's only keeping up on the maintenance. This one should be fine. This one should actually start accumulating. And we should... Where are all of our science? Why are you not working? You're not getting any reds. So why are you not... Oh, there's a little bit of a mishap there. Because this belt should be full. And if it's not full, there's a problem. If these not be spinning, then there's also a problem. Why are you not spinning? Reds. Red's dead, baby. Red's dead. Are the reds not keeping up? They look like they're keeping up, right? They're all working. So it's 196. Ooh, plastic? Why you no plastic? Okay. So this is also apparently not fast enough. Then just take 1,000. Better robots would be nice. Stack robots. For all things science. It is, but it isn't. It is, but the problem becomes that if I produce everything on Volcanus, which I already am, then I have to get everything through this bottleneck. And that's just not great. Plus, if I really want to scale up, then it's become like hundreds of thousands of science I need to get in through this one every minute. Maybe not 100,000, but 100,000 up here. And I just can't really see how I can support that. So I'm saying this one is for everything that comes from orbit, but anything that comes that can be produced on Navis should be produced on Navis, because then I can bring it in by trains. And plus, on top of that, it's pretty fun to do these designs with liquids. This is completely new design for me. Like the new design principle of doing something like as crazy as this, it looks amazing to me. Okay, plastic is fine now. And this is also a much nicer belt. Why are you complaining about? You should just get it, right? Get it in here. Okay, so now we should see the red circuits stacking up. This will stack up. First that one, then this one, then the middle one. My last game, where I'm following along, I have peaks and valleys because of the delivery cadence. Could see how that doesn't really scale easily. Exactly. It's, of course it can, but then you need like buffers of hundreds of thousands. Hey, Casey Spot, thank you. How much do I bribe to shout up? Yeah, why would you, why? I am not a big fan of Factorio on Reddit. It is a excruciatingly toxic place. Plus, well, no, it's not. It's actually a nice place, but it becomes toxic if anyone mentions my name. Then it becomes everyone just piles on and tell how much I ruin the game for everyone and I'm a sellout and all that stuff. So I'm not a big fan of Reddit for Factorio. Gloom and Rage, thank you. Gloom and Rage, thank you for the 45 months, 46 months. So yeah, not a big fan of Reddit in general, but or specifically for Factorio, despite that it could be a nice place, but it isn't. So it seems like it's because you made that sub. Oh, that's nice. It's a nice idea. The Factorio no. So I've seen stuff there, or I've seen people comment and then comment with a link to that's where it belongs. But yeah, the normal Factorio Reddit is not a friendly place. Well, this looks nice. He said too early. Damn it! Why? Why are there gaps? Because this is not saturating. This really should be saturating, right? Still the damn coal is actually turning out to be a bigger issue than I thought. Smash up as soon as space? I don't know. Can see if someone mentions my name and then it turns toxic. Then it's not so friendly for most. But there is just this thing about you're not supposed to like me and what I do on Factorio Reddit. So there's a reason that it's not constant on Reddit. So with 2 boxes of coal, that's not really the issue. But I was kind of thinking that we could easily get 1,000 in, but this is but that's not, you're not supposed to get it from there. You're supposed to get it from here. It's right there. Oh, that doesn't work. That's gonna replace them, or that's gonna empty them and then put the other one in. I need to do it myself. There. Now it comes in from here. Much nicer. Buffer chests? Yeah, it might not be. I mean, are buffer chests taken first? Are they highest priority? Can't even remember that because I don't really use them. But if they are, then you're making a many-to-many science train setup on Novice. Yes. So can you just stamp down things and scale forever? That's the idea. The idea is that once I've built one of these of each, then I can just, this is 240 of each science, and then I can just go bloop, 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 if I want to. It's not as simple. We also have something up here which can take 120 science of each, 120 of each science, take it inbound. So Okay, so now it's fine because it was just bringing it in from so far away. And you either add resource capacity or science consumption capacity over and over. Science consumption should be, it should basically be you set up what you want to consume and then you scale production to match that or slightly exceed it, hopefully. So. And what we've done now is make the red, the green, and the blue signs. The blue signs obviously the most difficult because it also requires... I hate it. Oh, we have to redo this design. What the hell are we gonna do about it? Oh, I hate these splitters. Splitters never bothered me before, but they are pissing me off so much in Space Age. The fact that this one cannot grab from here, even though there are 3 inside, like, that bothers me a lot. Like, they're right there. And then we have to wait until those 3 turn into something. Because you never had sushi bells before. Exactly, that's why. Then I never realized how broken they actually are. I think it's something like they only pick up after, or maybe even it gets worse that depending on the angle, they will pick up sort of before or after the actual split. Because the split is, there's the belt, and there are 2 items before and 2 items after. And it will only grab from one of those locations. And I think it sort of swings, the way that it swings from might be the way that it picks up. It makes no sense. But this one, when they convert, then the 3 that are now nutrients will be pushed up here. But it will never get rid of, you can see there's a single, or there's 2 of those here. Like, I don't really understand why there's 5, because it should only be on one side, so it should only be 4 on this tile. Oh, maybe it comes back online. Does it wait until those 3 nutrients spoil? Yes. It cannot get rid of this situation, because even though on this tile that this red inserter is pointing at, there is something that it can pick up. It cannot pick it up because it's on the wrong side of the split on the splitter, and it can only pick up from one side of the splitter. That's a mistake. It makes no sense. I wanted this one to go to waste. This is my new blueprint for city blocks. Actually, we maybe should do... Well, this one never needs to be rotated, so this is fine. It's 50 by 50. Oh. I want to see if it can... Shouldn't it just... What is the spoil time of nutrients? 5 minutes. We have to sit here for 5 minutes. I just want to see what happens. It'll ever... No, it will not ever unjam. If it's only taking from the output side of the splitter, the spoiled nutrients there will never be replaced. Correct. That's the problem. And it bothers me so much, because it is yet one more reason why Kleber is completely jammable. Because of this thing. Like, seriously, it's a tile. Pick up from the tile. Don't sort of only pick up from after the split or before the split or whatever it is. I think it's after, because if it's after, then it doesn't work. So, yeah, it's annoying. It's really, really annoying. It's even more annoying right now because I don't have an alternative to do anything about this. Because obviously I could just do this, and I would be happy until these spoil, and then what? Then I have these 2 tiles there, and they can be spoiling. And there's no way for me to... I can't pick it up and go somewhere else. I can maybe do that, and then... But then what about the other side? Then that had to be going backwards, which again is now here. And I would really like to go in here or go anywhere, but I can't get it to merge into anywhere reasonable. I'm just kind of stuck with these again. Like, this is not a good design. Lead the upper belt onto the nutrient belt. Huh? Don't get that. Why? Lead the upper belt onto the nutrient belt. Oh, right. That's not a bad idea, actually. Like this? Let's see if we can get it to spoil something here. I'd like it to spoil here. Yeah, and it goes in and it goes up there. Yeah. And bite eggs with enough modules and enormous net plus nutrients. Yes, they are. I did wonder if you could use biolabs for oil processing on novice, but was concerned about transporting nutrients. Didn't think of turning bite eggs into it. But there we go. Now you do. It's what we do around here. Come up with weird ideas. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're just weird, sometimes they're good. But it gives us an extra 75% productivity here, because these are 150% productivity, and if I use the chemical labs, they could only have 3 modules, and it would be plus 75. So we get a lot more productivity, which means I just need a smaller build. It's not necessary. Not like I would lose anything by doing more, but it'll save on our oil, which might be a thing. I still have to import bioflux, but don't care. Like, we're gonna have to import bioflux anyway because of all the other reason why we need bioflux. So, and the good thing about this is that there's very little, if any, biter eggs that actually spoil, because these don't spoil as long as they're in here, and they'll only be put in here when there's a deficit on the belt. Oh, hold on. This is weird. Oh, it does have this yellow line around it. It's just weird to see. Come on, spoil something. Something spoiled for me. Ugh, still like 2 minutes away. I want to see it spoiling. I just want to see that it works. So why not use it to make nutrients? Why make what to make your nutrients? Oh, right. Yeah. Because this is more complicated, and I like things that are complicated, I guess. You're absolutely right. Now that I think of it, it's kind of silly. I don't think it's... Margin increase in horrors, yeah. I could also say that it's more effective, but I don't think that really matters, right? If I took this... Oh, right. Then I'd have to use one of these. Which means that this one would also need a Kickstarter of some kind. Which is kind of annoying. Not like a complete deal breaker, but it's kind of annoying. 45 seconds. I want to see if this one does what I want it to do. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. They all got about the same. Oh, stuff is happening. It goes in. Yes, yes, it goes in. And it cleans it up again. Sweet. And then makes stuff. Oh, that's because the whole belt just expired at the same time. Ah, and this one came in and added some more. So now it just needs to kickstart a little bit. And then it works again. It's only barely enough to keep these flowing. Yeah, good. And they're standing here, just pouring in that part. That's a nice full belts everywhere. And these are just pouring in here, just filling up the buffers, and then it'll get stuck. But nice to see that now it's constantly producing, it's constantly filling up here. Everything is like constant flow, perfect, full belts, lovely. Happy, and this is also like nice steady state. Yeah, love the idea of an on liquid now space. Yes, me too. This looks so nice, and also has a lot of value because of the productivity here, for example, right? It's 2 petroleum gas for 1 plastic. That's a lot. That's not much, right? Molten metal, that's badass. Yeah. It's neat and novel. Yes, thank you. Good. Right. Whew. 1 more hour to go. What should we use that hour for? Should we try looking at... We have this one left open because military science is... Beautify the tiling on the new build. No path inside and yellow concrete outline. That's true. That's true. Let's just do that. Oops. Nope. So nice with a nice buffer here. There you go. Very nice. And let's just take a save. That is going to be 20. And yeah. All right. Be back in 2 minutes for the final of the many hours. And then good ideas for what we should do in the last hour. Maybe look at military science or some other science. Be back in a bit. Back and still awake. Barely, but still awake. There. Okay, let's see. This is much better versus Astrid than the previous single gun ship. Okay, let's have a look at some other designs. Can we see your biolab setup? My existing biolab setup is here. It works. Although it's a little concerning why there's nothing on this belt. What the fuck? Why do you draw attention? Well, you guys always draw attention to all the things that are broken in my base. What the hell? Swimmer, what you doing? I guess we know what we're gonna do. We're gonna be figuring out why the hell we're not getting any metallurgic science. Where is it? That one. That's not metallurgic science. Not there. What's... Oh. Really? Oh. Seriously? Oh my god. What the fuck? I have a feeling we might have forgotten to put some kind of constraints on some things. 990,000 legendary tungsten plates. So if you ever need any tungsten plates, just feel free to come by my base. I can spare 100,000 legendary tungsten plates if you need it. It's not a problem. Okay, well, let's figure out where we build it. Tungsten plate. Here. That is something. It's not where we make... And yeah, this thing here. Right. Yeah, this is also why we have so many gears. I think we need to... I never really thought that we would run out of this. But, hold on. This can't be it. Well, it can, but I don't think it is. I think this one just continues to work, but it seems like I'm also... Ugh, where was that science? Here? Like, why would that ever build something? Shouldn't that just be coming... Oh, it's coming in here. Good. It actually ran out of resources. That's a surprise, to be honest, that we are seeing stuff running out. It's also a little bit disappointing that we can see that they are actually working. I know that what the answer is, though. The answer is just enable this, because this is happy. So... this one, just enable it again. As soon as we do, whoosh, we get 8,000, and then we get another 8,000 again. Yeah, iron gears, it's the same reason. It's this one. This one is just, it's actually incredibly efficient, we can see now. This way, it's just keeps producing. So, the question is, how would I stop this, or what would be the condition for stopping this? Because if I'm looking at it like that, it doesn't hurt anyone. So, but on the other hand, it does hurt in the sense that it fills up all of our inventory, but it's not using anything that's precious. It's just consuming this one slowly and converting it into useful stuff. This is incredibly good, actually. But, alright. We don't have anything that is quite as good as the other one. For the other thing. Yeah. It just kind of feels weird to stop something that's so nice. But I guess we will. Let's take... Tungsten plate. You say? Yes. Just keep going when it's less than 100,000, which is still like an absurd amount. Should I also block this, or is it okay if this is overfilling? I'll do that. Also, this one has lost a lot. Swimmer. You are here? You dropped everything off. Why is that even... Ten seconds. Go. Go back to Volcanus. Now, on good old Navis. Are we getting stuff inbound? No. We need to change it to... Yeah. We'll do this as a combination. Because we should be getting the legendaries as well. Just not as fast as we'd like. In the meantime, we can... make do. It'll work only at half speed. When this one's coming in. But then it'll top up with legend. Actually, that's not how we do things around here. There. Yeah. It's just gonna be on that side and... Yeah, this is not necessary. Yeah, so basically you're feeding it the normal ones, and then you're topping up with the other ones. That's not how I like things. I like it much better this way. Ew! Why? Why are you always too like that? Why are you always like that to me? Come on. Yeah. That one should be at the right place. And that one. It's at the right place. How are you doing? You got that. You don't have this. That's a lot of stuff available in rocket silos that's not coming in. Seems like a little wasteful to have this much in rocket silos. Oh my god, that's bad. Yeah, okay. That's such a waste to have this in so many rocket silos. Cut half of them out. This is also wasteful, but it's less wasteful because this is actually producing stuff. Yeah, this is a mistake. Hey, so man, thank you for the 6 months.
Returns. Welcome home.
1, 2, 3, 4. Am I making 16? 16. And 8 is too many. There. You are going to do that. Good. And now I can say all of this crap does not belong. Because they will then be brought back in down here. Eventually. We hope. No. There. There. Are they not coming in? Yes. That will help a little bit so that it's only 8 of them that have to fill up. You're still waiting. But now at least we're getting a little bit inbound. In rocket silos, why are there more than 8,000 in rocket silos? That seems weird. Because I only have 8 rocket silos. That means some of the rockets, or some of this, has been sent to a random launcher. Like one of these. Why are you acutely out of blue circuits? Why is it that's just tumbling down for us? Oh, you're stealing all the blue circuits. That's kind of shitty. That's probably better. So it's only maximum stealing half. What is your problem? Why? Oh. Look at that. Look at that. Kidding me, so this has never worked? Oh my god. Wow. So we've just been sitting on 4,000 that were never there, plus a little bit in here as well. Okay. So on top of the silliness here, it still keeps going up. Could you just stop it, please? Hello, Roboports. But this one's still working. I actually think I just want to kill this. It's an older code. This was the original one of those, but I replaced it and I never removed this. Oh, that's not it. Alright, you're coming back with 16,000 plus 7,000. That's good. That's something. Yeah, I don't need cycles. Maybe you can make like a ton of fusion reactor generators. I think I have enough of what I need this for, but yeah. I think it's also nice to still use some of the old ships so we can reminisce about, oh, that's so cute, even though we haven't even upgraded this one to a better version. We could do that just because. Celebrate that it's finally doing stuff. Takes about 10 minutes to unload everything. And then it wants to leave, but not allowed to because someone is doing that. Interesting how those are there. There. Much better. Old school walls. Yeah, but now they're legendary old school walls. Much better. So we do have an issue here on Volcanus that we are not getting enough of this here. That one. So we have 400 inbound. That's still something, right? But it's not enough. Not nearly enough. And these ones will never take any of it, which I might as well just be really strict about this and just say, don't even try. Oh, there's really no point in having this one anywhere except right there. And likewise, this one doesn't need to be anywhere but here. No. Well, it's not exactly what we wanted. This is latest version, I think. It's not experimental. Alright, these are somewhat ready. Where is this? Oh, you're already here. Nice. Nothing. There's 8,000 in rocket silos. This is not correct. How can we have 8,000 rocket silos and not a single one is launching? That doesn't make any sense. Because this is not 1,000. This is... How the hell does that happen? Ah! Oh, this is not good. Okay, so we are finding new and exciting ways that things have broken. That's about as optimistic as we can be about this. I can't click it for some reason. Hey, research. Okay, good. Maybe UPS issues regarding volcanoes demolishers, but the fix is not latest stable. Yeah, okay. I have no issues with UPS with demolishers. So, okay. Here's the thing. Oh, it's because we're not getting anything in here. Okay, it's a little noisy. I can notice that, but yep, there's a lot of storage here, so they are just going crazy launching now. Oh, there's a happy spaceship up here. Look at this happy one. There's 4,000. Wow. Okay, so it is not quite as bad as it looked. Through equally distributing the problem to all. Yes, confirming the splitters. Yes, that's a good point. That we've now confirmed that the splitter is very good at distributing the problem, so it's a little bit of problem everywhere instead of just a big problem somewhere. Yeah, the problem was that I set it up to be requesting non-legendaries, and then it requested some non-legendary, and then I didn't. I fixed it, but I didn't realize that, of course, that had blocked all the stack inserters. Because of course it does. Like, these ones are empty because these are full and ready to launch. Okay. These are not full and not ready to launch, so they're filling up. Good. Do less legendary signs or more normal? What is more UPS? Do less legendary or more normal? Depends, because for example, legendary metallurgic, like you can say, oh, this is the equivalent of 240. Like this build and this build, they're identical. They produce the same amount of science, 240 science per second. However, so this is clearly bigger, but in order for this one to work, I have to have a million of these builds, just refining to get some legendary. And there are a lot of these builds out here. So if you have something that is easily doable as legendary, then sure. Like for example here, this is better. This is producing 50 legendary per second. That's way better than producing 6 times as much. This is only 6 of it because all of these things are easy to make. Like this is not legendary, this is easy to make, and this can just be done from orbit. So it's really easy to make legendaries here. So you can't say it definitively, because it's not the legendary, it's all the stuff that just goes into legendary. I think another good example is Fulgura. That build here is just to create legendary holmium. So even though this is our legendary science build, which is really small and nice, it does require this monstrosity times 60. Like, yeah, literally this thing here we're looking at times 16 to feed it, which is a lot. So a bit of this, a bit of that. All right, let's do some design work. I want to build it here, but there's a useful location, so I'll build it there. Right, which science should we do? We're not going to do the purple one because purple sucks. But military also sucks, but sucks slightly less. I really like our new design for science. This is only for 2 inbounds. Let's take this one for 3 inbounds. Okay, 64. Boop, boop, boop. 4 of these, done. Slightly overstacked, not a big deal. What about now? Perfect. All right. So 120. Ah, that's the bad one. And that's a bad one. And that's a bad one. So. Oops. Here. So awful. So awful. I'm making normal signs here. And basically the idea here is that I want to make modules that make 240 signs per second. And then I want to bring those into, for each of these modules that make 240 signs, I want to bring it into 2 of these science modules. And then once we've done all that, it's just a matter of scaling, isn't it? Then we can just multiply that by 4 and then we got a nice amount of science. However, there are a few steps along the way to get there, but legendary science, I'm just seeing some things that just doesn't really scale very well, which is like this part, for example. I'm not getting enough of this to make legendary science enough. I make like 15 legendary science and I need to make 40. So to make 40 to be the equivalent of 240 per second. So if I really wanted to make 240 legendary science per second, I just would use more than this entire map, every single tungsten deposit, just processing and just sending back the legendaries, which doesn't seem correct for me. It doesn't feel right. Okay, so let's make the first little thing. None of these can be legendarized here, so let's see. What are we gonna do? We're gonna be starting with the worst one. Let's do that. You. 45. But here we see the problem, right? It's fucked up. It is so ridiculous how much we need. Using 2 tungsten deposits, you could go up to 1 million SPM. Yes, but only with normal signs, not with legendary signs. So maybe make military signs on Volcanus. But resource-wise, normal signs is better. Yes, it is. Except maybe in this case, right? Because legendary stone is not that hard to come by because it's 37.5 legendary stone from 1 legendary calcite. So that makes it incredibly valuable or incredibly easy to get a lot of that. But this is difficult. This is the number we want. So we want 600. Right? It's 120. Yeah. So that's so absurd that this thing here just gave me 600. That's 3 belts inbound, right? Yeah. 2.5. Do you need to put all the signs in the same labs for it to work? Yes. Maybe ship walls from Stone Patch by train? Yeah. I think that's a great idea, although I absolutely fucking hate it. Because it goes against the idea. But I think that's a great idea. Let's explore that even further. Like, how fast are you producing? You're producing at a modest 64 point something. What could this be placed into? This can only be, and this is another one that's annoying, like why can it not be done in the foundry? That would be so lovely. But it cannot. It has to be used in a useless one of these, right? Useless, useless, useless. So you can consume 2 of those, and even no matter how many beacons we throw at this, it's just not gonna be anywhere useful. Even like this, then we get up to 41, and this is without any adding anything here. It's just not. Then it could be something like this. This produces 61. It's still not a very good setup here. Basically, I was just kind of thinking, would there be a way to make something that can make these like easily, so you could sort of have one into something in something, but the discrepancy is that we need so many of these for one of that it really doesn't make sense. So it would be like full lane, go out, and then into a single one of these. It's just so bad. Research array on multiple planets. Research arrays? I don't know what you mean. You have to have everything into the same biolab, and biolab can only be done on novice, so you must get everything to novice. So not even. Produces 43 is not even close to enough. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of... Yeah. This is not a good idea. It doesn't do what I wanted to do. Oops. You're bargaining. I mean, are you talking like 5 stages of grief or 5 stages of like rage and bargaining, and is that it? Yeah, okay, yeah, 5 stages of grief. Yeah. You're right, you're right. It is true. But you know, sometimes just come up with some ideas that sort of just work. Sometimes you need to put things down in order to see that, oh yeah, that actually works. Let's have a look at Volcanus for this. Okay, that's a little bit zoomed out. This one, it's kind of an okay build, but there's a better version of it, isn't there? Yeah, this one. I think this is like the simplest version of it. This is the one we want. 89, 120. So yeah. So this thing here. Is one full belt. What if instead of this, where does it go out? This doesn't seem completely awful. Still like not way not enough, but two full belts of input, yes. But even that's not enough. I need 2.5 full belts of input. But right now I'm just looking at like patterns. Like, this is a pattern, right? This is what we want. That's 400, and we needed 600 inbound. So boop boop. This is what we want. This is basically a full up belt inbound. What are the walls for? Military signs. Yep, this is actually one belt inbound, and then we don't get this outbound, but we get 220. Oh, hold on. This is not touching the next one. That's why. Okay. No, that doesn't work. This is touching all four, this is touching all four, this is touching four. Yes, okay. It's that one. Then it's more symmetric to me. That's why I get confused. All right. Each of these, it's 5-1, right? So 240 divided by 5 is 48. We need 3 of these. And that's an output. Let's see. This is not going to be tileable or anything like that. It's just going to be like this. And then 3 of those. Speed up the furnaces. problem is now it's no longer matching with the full belt. Now I don't have a build that matches a full belt. Then I have a build that uses 330, which is like, it's just 2 belts, but it's not really 2 belts. So I don't think I really win anything by doing that. Because I'm still gonna need to get 3 belts in and something out. Modules in assemblers. What kind of modules would I put in? They're already way too fast for this, so can put that, yay! But that doesn't really care, so it's not gonna get faster from that. So yeah, efficiency modules. All right. The problem with this is that it really destroys the whole idea of what I wanted to do. Like, we built all of this nice and glorious and all that, and everything from raw materials inbound to that. Now we sort of go, oh, not only are we not going to get a liquid stone inbound, obviously, that's fucking lava, but we have to just bring the stone in, and we can't even do that inside this grid because it's going to take too much space, or it's actually going to be, I can't get the stone inbound because the stone is way too low compression. So I have to get the stone bricks inbound. And if I get stone bricks inbound, I might as well just get the walls inbound. And then I'm like, what the fuck is the point, right? And I'm suddenly making like a dedicated stone, not a stone mine, not a stone bricks mine, but a military wall mine. What is that? I almost wrote a mod to support lava bells. Yeah, still, you wouldn't. The quantity would be too much to be worthwhile. But this is an intractable problem at this point, at least. This is primarily because transferring stone just isn't worth it. It's not just not worth it. It's completely impossible to manage. Because if we are like, this is 50% productivity, so I need 600 stone, and that would be like times 1.5. That's 900. I need 600 stone bricks. That's 900 stone per second. That's 4 full belts outbound continuously all the time. It just doesn't match. It doesn't add up. That's the problem. And you also need a huge amount of coal, don't you? Oh yeah, that's true. Let's actually look at the coal just to see how bad that is. The iron and copper is easy. You can make an executive decision that each military science build needs to have a dedicated stone patch as part of it. Yeah, I could, but then what would it look like though? Like, it might not be above, it might be below, it might be left, right? It becomes a lot less of a thing that you can use in your base. Let's do the other thing here. Yeah, and that one. No, that's not it. It's here. And let's see, how was that? 60? Yeah, 60. 2. That'll be about 4. About 4. 6 is not really good numbers for scaling up. It's a long way. There you go, 60. Very nice. So that's another 600 coal. They're getting 600 stone bricks and 600 coal inbound. So this is a little much, a little bit much. It's also that none of these can be productivity moduled or anything like that. So that's 21. Boop, boop. There you go. So the actual build itself is not that bad. Except, of course, if I did this at 600, so even if I had dedicated belts out here, it wouldn't work. Could devote a ton of your cargo bay output just to military science? Yeah. Like how you made legendary purple ore on Volcanus. Yeah. That's maybe the thing is like so legendary stone is actually incredibly easy to get on Volcanus. Because here, just make it like this. One calcite becomes 37.5 legendary stone. So doing it any other way is ridiculous. This is such a good way to make it that there's no really way of doing it. That the second tier science is the most annoying one to produce apart from maybe cryo and promethium. Cryo is not. Cryo is the easiest. Cryo is actually, of all the sciences, cryogenic is the easiest to make. And you can just make it legendary and then done. Super, super easy. Barely an inconvenience. The thing here is that it's becoming, it's also kind of emphasizing another, not problem, but anything that is coming in from a molten iron or molten copper is super ridiculously fast, easy, because you can use foundries and they are high productivity, high throughput, super amazing. Like this little thing here. Whoop, there we go, look at these numbers. But as soon as you need coal or stone, then you're back to some really, really slow and bad things. Especially because neither one, like stone bricks have to be made in this, which is can only have 2 modules. Yuck. And then this one, no productivity. And yeah, so you suddenly have something with no productivity at all, and that just makes it a hell of a lot more difficult. So this is why it's like scaling up to 240 is difficult, but it's not difficult when you have forges and electromagnetic plants and cryogenic plants. But as soon as you don't have that, ugh, it's really handy. It absolutely is. I think we see that for the blue science particularly. But this thing here, now we suddenly have lots and lots of belts that need to be managed. And it is possible. Like I've already done it on Volcanus somewhere. Yeah, this part. This is my 266 science, and yes, 900 here, 600 here, 600, 1000, 1200, 120. But it's not really a big deal when you just wish it in here. And where do we get the other ones? They come here. Going in here, going in there, and then easy peasy. This is to make, I don't know. Oh yeah, this is just to consume all of the copper we're making. Yeah, this is making a ridiculous amount of molten copper, but the molten copper has to be used somewhere, and that's down here. So this is just set up just to burn through the molten copper, because this is producing 14,400 copper per molten copper per second, and I just need to burn through that. So this is something that's just must do on Volcanus, I think. Yeah. Anyway, I think we've some good things here. I think particularly this is a fun little design, and the blue one actually also worked out really well. I mean, this is beautiful. I wish we could do that for everything, but unfortunately not. We can do it for here, I think. Blue circuits. Oh, man, I don't know. It might also be just a dead end what we're working on. Like, how important is this? We already have it, actually, both as a here. That's also 240, or here. This is 20. But then we can just make more of these if we wanted to. These spaceships. So I think this is the best way of scaling things up. Just saying, okay, we built a spaceship that is making some kind of fraction of what we need as legendary, and then if this is 20 and obviously it's not producing all the time, it's actually producing quite low amounts. But then we can just say, all right, so what? Just build 10 of these. Done. Right? But I do like the idea of having this built on Navis and having like these kind of grids is very much like the stuff I do. Yeah, resource and space are free. They are yeah, they don't take any space. They are readily available. They are yeah, and they are scalable because you can just add more ships. They don't bump into each other because space is full of space. And on that bombshell, I think it's time for us to wrap up. My voice is kind of gone. Been 7 hours. Super amazing. I'm blown away by the support today. That was a little bit strange, maybe because it's the third of the month and people just got paid, but it was absolutely amazing. So thank you very much. Tomorrow I'll be back with Timberborn. Then we're going to be taking a break until next Sunday. I might do a video this week. I'm going to try to make a video this week of maybe some City Block 2.0 because I think this design is working. So let's save. Let's get out of here. Let's go to sleep. Good night. Take care and stay effective.